Guys hear me okay? All right. Okay. If you want to speak tonight, you need to make sure that you're signed up on the sign-in sheets over to your right. Has everybody had a chance to do that? That's the only way you're going to be able to speak. Anybody need to sign in? No? Okay. Before we get started here and start the meeting, a lot of you probably haven't been here before, so we'll go over some of the procedures with you, explain to you how this is going to work this evening. We're going to follow the agenda. I'm going to call up whoever the applicant is. They're going to get a chance to present their request to us. Then I'll call up persons in support of that application, then persons in opposition, and interested parties. When you come up to speak, come up to the podium. When I call you up, start out, everyone, please, by giving us your name and your address, and then get to the point. Depending on how many people we have signed up, I'm going to limit the applicant to 10 minutes for their presentation, and any other interested parties, whether you're in support of or in opposition to, or just an interested party, to 3 minutes. We do monitor the time, and when your time is up, I'll cut you off. And if you don't respect us on that, things go sideways quick. So we're hoping that doesn't happen. It never does, and hopefully tonight won't be the first time for that. A reminder, we do maintain decorum. We're going to treat each other as we expect to be treated, which means you speak only from the podium and not from your seat. You're addressing the chance to address the board is when I call you up to the podium and you're giving us statements. As a rule, the board doesn't answer questions. We're here to hear what's presented to us and make our decision based on that. So, any questions? Raise your hand. Happy to answer questions if I can. Okay. All right. Gentlemen, we all set? All right, we're going to go ahead and call to order the Morgan County Board of Zoning Appeals meeting for September the 25th, 2023. We do have a full quorum tonight with all members present. Ask Mr. Rumball to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you, Mr. Rumball. Gentlemen, we all received copies of our minutes from our July meeting. We didn't have a meeting in August. Were there any changes, corrections, additions, or deletions that need to be made to those minutes?
No. Having read them, I would move they be approved, as said.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. The minutes are approved. A copy of the agenda was sent out to us in advance of tonight's meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda this evening?
No.
Open for a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Thank you. All in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. 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 Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask the board's attorney, Mr. Peden, to swear in all those who are wanting to speak. Thank you, Mr. Peden. All right, our first item on the agenda this evening under old business is an update of BZA approval for petition D-23-08. Jessica Knoll will provide a status report on the meeting conditions required as part of her petition approval granted on March 27th, 2023. For this application, I have Jessica signed up and several others in support of, a couple of folks in opposition. So Jessica, you've got 10 minutes to give us your presentation. And again, a reminder to anyone else that's speaking, we're limiting that to 3 minutes this evening. Jessica?
Hi, guys. Jessica Noel, 2975 North Grizzly Lane. I do have some additional packet to pass out to the board if you guys are okay with that. It's just got some additional photos. Obviously, we're not going to get through all of it, so is that okay if I approach?
Do you have copies for each board member
I
and
do.
copies for Ms. Parker and Mr. Peden as well?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I guess at this point, I mean, just kind of a status update. I have removed the home. It is still in the process of finalization and cleanup, but the structure itself is completely gone. It is kind of a weight lifted off my shoulders to actually close that chapter in my life. Yes, it's still a work in progress. I know that reading through the BZA, the packet that was sent to me prior to the agenda, I think, I'm not going to go through every single thing, but I had 6 months to get it done, and I do believe that I appeased your guys' findings. I've removed it off of the property. Yes, it is not 100%. I am one human, 6 months, and yes, I bit off a lot, but guess what, guys? I got it done. I have some very good supporting neighbors here with me tonight. I feel like I have been personally attacked, even though they think that they have not. I do feel that I've been personally attacked in this situation. You know, I am doing everything in my power to clean it up. Things get worse before they get better, and that's the way it's always been. But I do believe that I've made some extreme headway. Again, there's quite a bit of things that are in the letter that I would like to address, but one of the main notes that I do want to say is I have a letter in there from Danny Miller, which has been the most recent of the contractors out there. I hired him back in May to start everything, getting everything done. Yes, I had to save up some money. I'm not going to say I didn't. My personal finances, I don't think should be everybody else's business. Yes, I have a garnishment, which was one of the things that was mentioned in there, but I'm also somebody that lost everything with no insurance, no life insurance. So for them to drag up all the debt that I have, well, you know, I'm sorry, some people live beyond their means. Some people just have to scrape by and get with what they got. So I'm addressing my own financial situation. But as far as Miller Outdoors, he is contracted throughout the entire finishing of my project. I hope that you guys do allow me until the end of the year to pull my building permit to continue with these projects. There are a couple of spots on the property that I would say are probably in question. Those are definitely the first hot spots that I'm doing, along with burying a water line. You know, I think that a lot of people think because of the tall weeds that I have on my property that I'm hiding things. I'm not. There's nowhere else. I'm not weed eating 3.5 acres, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't come in a boot because of an excuse. I'm not asking for sympathy on that. I was out there busting my butt just the same as everybody else that was out there helping me. The boot has not stopped me from working on my property. You know, there was mention of my family, my mom being out there. Yes, my mom is legally blind, but she also comes out there and she's gonna help her daughter any way she can. My stepdad is now a W amputee. As you can see, one of the photos in there. He's gonna need me more now than anything. We just found out that he has stage 4 cirrhosis of the liver. So it won't be long, but nonetheless, I do believe that I've sufficed. I've cleaned up. Again, there were spots. I do believe that things did get worse at some points, but I have cleaned it up, and I continue to maintain it. I will continue to maintain it. I have contracted Ray's to get me a small, like, 2-yard or 5-yard dumpster out on the property. I'm trying to get a couple more quotes just to make sure I've got the best price to continue the cleanup throughout without having to pay for a $700 40-yard dumpster. So I believe that pretty much sums it up, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Questions from the board, gentlemen?
How long do you think it's going to take you to have it, lack of a better word, pristine?
Prestige. Let's see, where are we at? We're in September, October. I would say by the middle of November, middle to end of November, I should be able, that gives me, if I could have at least 2 more months to continue this progress, I do believe that I can have it to, I guess, what the 5 other neighbors that can't seem to, I don't know how these people live. 2 months, yes, sir. I think that if I could have 2 more months, I could continue and get it in pristine condition.
Do you have any idea how much money it's going to take to remove the rest of the house?
So the house is gone. There is a pile out back that's got some things that were not burnable, some insulation and stuff. I believe one more 40-yard dumpster, which is $700 or $600, sorry, $600 should remove the remainder of the trash. That behind the house where the structure was, and then there's a little bit inside of the horse ring next to the barn.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, other questions?
I don't have anything.
Nope. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, LaDonna Davis.
My name is LaDonna Davis. I am Jessica Noel's mother. I live at 1360 Ash Court here in Martinsville. My husband is David Davis. He is a double amputee as we speak. They just found out that he has cirrhosis of the liver. He is stage 4. Jessica is basically our medical help. She comes in and takes care of David. He is not at home at this very moment, but he will be coming home for his final days.
Anything else?
No, sir.
No? Gentlemen, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it Rachel Mosteller?
Rochelle Mosteller, 3016 North Grizzly Lane. May I approach the board to give a copy of a letter that I'd like to read, please?
Do you have copies for everybody, including the
Yes.
staff?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, first I'd like to say, first I'd like to start off by thanking the board for what you do for our community. We are here today to represent or to advocate for Jessica Knoll. My family has lived on Grizzly Lane for over 22 years. We moved to Morgan County to avoid living in a community with an intrusive government and to get away from the overall city. Jessica's property connects to our family's 34.6 acres I'd like to point out that that's an estimate, so it could be anywhere from 30 to 34.6. In addition, we own property on both sides of the road. The people that are complaining aren't even located near Jessica. As you know, Jessica has faced a series of unfortunate events, including a devastating fire and loss of her husband. I say husband because under common law, at least in Texas, that counts in God's law. I believe it is crucial for our community to come together and support her during these times of needs. In the wake of the tragic fire that destroyed her home, Jessica has been enduring immense emotional and financial stress. The loss of her home and the grieving process for her husband have taken a toll on her overall well-being. During these difficult moments, it is imperative that we demonstrate compassion and understanding. Sadly, my husband and I are deeply concerned about the treatment Jessica has received from some of our neighbors, which includes what we consider harassment and unwarranted complaints. Interesting enough, the same people that are complaining about Jessica's property have sent her letters offering to buy that property from her. They must not understand what it means to be a Morgan County citizen and what it represents. We support and we care for one another, and we don't tread on each other's rights. I believe that by offering her understanding and compassion, we can help her begin the process of healing and rebuilding her life after such a devastating loss. Please note that our family and my husband, Christopher Mosteller, have volunteered their time to help Jessica in this cleanup efforts. It is expensive and time-consuming, so please, please give her grace. Maybe instead of the neighbors complaining or filing a complaint with the board, they could make donations and help Jessica come up with the money to, or they could donate their equipment to help out. In October, my husband plans on volunteering his time to continue to help Jessica appease her neighbors. In regards to the property value dropping, this is outright false. When our most recent appraisal was done, our home and property value increased drastically. Our neighbors right next to us on the left side of our home sold their home and made a profit of over $100,000. We kindly request that the board ensures that Jessica Knoll's rights as a Morgan County resident and grieving individual are respected. It is our responsibility as a community to rally behind Jessica. Please review the petition that we will submit. We have a petition. First, we petition for the authorization for Jessica Knoll to live in her camper on her property for as long as she deems necessary. We also request that Jessica be granted an extended period to clean up her property from the fire's aftermath. This petition has been signed by everybody that lives on Grizzly Lane. Yes.
Sorry, you're out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hang on just a second.
May I turn in the petition?
Let me see if the board has any questions for you. Gentlemen, any questions?
Oh, I got one. How long do you think this should take?
The petition took, honestly, for everybody to sign, less than 2 hours.
I mean, how long should Jessica be granted?
Oh, how long should Jessica be granted? As far as living in the camper, we believe that it's her property, it's her right to live in that camper. But as far as the extended time to clean up, there wasn't an exact set date. That would be up to the board.
No further questions.
Okay, may I submit the petition?
No, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Question for you, though.
Yes.
You mentioned in your letter that you gave us that your property adjoins her property,
Yes,
and you say in addition, you own property on both sides of the road?
yes.
Do you own the property directly across from this, on the other side of the road?
I own the property to the right of Jessica's land. I own the 9.5 acres. And then across from that, my mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, and I own a combined, so combined, it's like around 30 to 34.6 acres.
Okay,
But her property actually just touches right up against mine.
okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And
Any other questions, gentlemen? Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
Chris Mostetler?
My name's Christopher Mosteller. I live at 3016 North Grizzly Lane. That was my wife you just was speaking to. And the question here today is,
Excuse me, Chris, can you tilt that microphone up a little bit so we can hear you?
the question that I'm hearing today from you guys is, how long is this going to take? That's what everybody wants to know. I volunteer my time, I volunteer my equipment. I'm not the richest person in the world. Jessica gets dumpsters. I come home, I fill them up. We are down to the last dumpster. One more dumpster, we got this house. We got this property cleaned up. As far as the foundation goes of the property, I told her to leave it. It's for her contractors to judge if they can use it or not. But she's going to need at least 2 months. And as far as everything on that neighborhood and that street and the way they're treating her, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. Any questions?
Anything else? Questions, gentlemen? No? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Mosteller? Okay, thank you. Charles Knight? Thank you. John, I can't read your last name at 3494 North Grizzly.
John Serber, I live at 3494 North Grizzly Lane, just pretty much the last person at the end of the lane. I've knew Josh very, very well. I've known Jessica for well over 18, 19 years. I've done work on the side for them, anything. These are people that would help do anything you ask, even though they may not have much, and nobody down there really does have a lot, right? But they would help anything, anybody, all right? I am in support of giving her extension, and hopefully we can get this group to move on and stop pestering some of this. This is not the only thing they're involved in, so I just want to say I support Jessica 100%, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? No, thank you. I apologize, I can't read the writing, but it looks like the last name is Server as well. Sharon? Okay, thank you. Everyone that signed up in support of, in opposition to, I have John Wall.
Evening. My name is John Wall. I live on Mount Olive Lane, and I'm here to speak partially in dissent to it. I will admit she has made positive forward action, and it looks a lot better than it did. But you as a board set a deadline. She did not meet that deadline. So I would further state, if you decide to extend it, I petition you, ask you, if you put another line on the calendar, please make her stick to it.
Anything else?
No.
Gentlemen, any questions for Mr. Wall? None. Thank you, sir. Dan, is it Cantrell?
My name is Dan Cantrell. I'm at 3150 Mount Olive Lane. I would like to essentially just add my name and my wife's name to the submission that was made by the citizens on Grizzly Lane. 6 couples have signed this, and I'm in essentially complete agreement with everything that I read in their statement. And by the way, I've never harassed anybody in any way, shape, or form, and this neighbor has no beef with me, and I have no beef with the neighbor other than the conditions that are there at the property. So I would ask that the board deny this. Ample time has been given. Her testimony was that she could achieve these goals. She understood them clearly. We all know that it's difficult out there, but I don't believe that there's going to be a change. I don't think anything's going to happen differently, and there's no indication that it will. The house is not gone. It's leveled, but it's not gone. The trash is not gone. It's all over the place. It's been there for years, hasn't changed. And almost all the actions that I've seen have happened in just the last few weeks. So I would just ask that the board deny. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gentlemen, any questions? No? Thank you, sir. All right, Jessica, you have an opportunity to come back up and address the board for 5 minutes more if you would care to do so, based on what you've heard testimony given tonight.
Jessica Noel, 2975 North Grizzly Lane. I just want to thank everybody for coming out today, first of all. Second of all, I have made huge strides. I don't know how everybody else lives, but, you know, my vehicle that's sitting in the driveway was mentioned. I thought it was more important for me to get my property cleaned up than put a fuel filter in the car. So why is that in the agenda? You know, I've got my dogs, again, they bark, they're red-bone coonhounds. I'm actually looking to rehome them so where I can take and put my money elsewhere to rebuild and do that. Those have been my dogs for 7+ years. So, I mean, to get rid of what are like my children, you know, I'm willing to do what I need to do. You'll see inside of my packet, I have that information in there from where I've actually reached out to some breeders because they're full-blooded. You know, I know that people see that I've made great strides, but just because they didn't see somebody physically out there tearing down the house doesn't mean that there wasn't action being taken. Danny Miller, even Chris has, you know, went inside of the house. We tried to scrap everything that we possibly could to make some extra money to grab dumpsters. So just because people don't see what they want to see doesn't justify them and me waiting till last minute to do it, as a lot of people have mentioned. It's, you know, I had 6 months, guys. I believe that I've done everything that you have asked. There is still cleanup. But the things that are in question, with the exception of a little bit of a pile behind the house, which I believe is in the packet, everything has been done. Yes, it is leveled. I'm not tearing it all the way down because I think I can use the structure, the foundation of it. Why would I tear up something that I can use? That's just gonna save me something else along the way to get the structure up that everybody needs me to have up so where I can live. I think that's all.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
I was going to ask her a question. How long does she think it's going to take to get it?
Jessica, can you come back up? Mr. Rumball has a question. I'm sorry, I should have opened that up to the board.
We gave you a time limit the last time, and as people had indicated, you thought you could get it cleaned up by then. And I understand that it's not to everybody's standards, and possibly not yours. But were an opportunity to extend this happen, how long would it take for you to make a change that some of the neighbors would not complain about? How many months?
I'm not sure that I'm ever going to actually please anybody up there, the 5 or 6 that are against me. I mean, if you gave me till the end of, what are we at, September? The end of October? October, November. So by the 1st of November, I will make it happen. I don't. November would be sufficient, but if you gave me till the end of October, I will make it happen. And that is the 2 piles with, they're gonna have to narrow down exactly what they want from me because again, I don't live by everybody else's standard. If I wanna make a pile for my scrap, I mean, who's to say me sitting it on the side of my house is trash to them? I can't just take 5 pieces of scrap over there. It's not worth my time, you know? Now, I understand if it's a trash bag full of dirty trash, by all means, I got it. Again, I do have a dumpster service coming, so where I can have constant trash service. But again, if you give me till October, November preferred, I will have it done.
What would you want next?
My building permit, I thought when I came in the original that I was gonna have until spring, because I can't really build in the wintertime.
Yes.
I was thinking, mid-April to pull a building permit and start the building process. I work for a roofing company, Indy Roof Rangers, which we are a general contractor. So I have plenty of roofers, construction. I've got Chris, who does septic. I've got, several different people that are in my life, and up and down the road that are willing to put in a specific trade to start the process of rebuilding.
You really couldn't get started in a building, I would assume, until next year.
Yes, sir.
I do not know, Mrs. Parker, how long can she live in this trailer that she's living in right now? What's our standards on that?
Well, right now, you've already given her permission to live on the property prior to the permit being pulled. That was approved at the March meeting.
Thank you. So if you had the rest of this year, and I know it's going to make some people unhappy, some people happy, could you get rid of some of the stuff that, and I know it's frightfully expensive, I saw what you were paying for a dumpster, and so it wasn't as board or on a board that rents dumpsters, we know what those cost. I would like a reasonable time for you to be able to get ready to live the life you want to live. That's the way I feel about it, but got to see some effort, because some of the pictures I have here don't show much effort. But
Right.
that's all I've got to say.
Gentlemen, any other questions for the applicant?
How are you utilizing your septic system?
So I have, it's a Rhino brand, self-contained. So the unit itself, the RV itself has a self-contained. You pull the trigger and then it goes into a tank. I had one of the toilets knocked off. Now I just have access, obviously, to the foundation. Bobby had given me permission to just pour it down into the actual drain where the existing toilet, it goes right into the septic.
So you're using a portable tank
Yes.
to take it over and dump it? Okay.
Yes, sir. Chris, by the way, is actually going to dig that up here in the next couple weeks, so where I can have like a, I don't know what it's called, a cap right there in the front yard that I can just open right up and dump in, so. Sorry.
Bill, did you say till the end of the year, you think would be better than 30 days? I don't think 30 days.
30 days is not enough time. I didn't say a specific time, but I'd like to see some progress with her, and it's going to be freezing pretty quick. I mean, I know Jason's picking corn right now. We're getting real close, and beans, and that tells me that fall is here, and you're probably doing the same thing. I'd like some help on a reasonable time to allow this, where then we would possibly do a visual inspection and say, hey, she's made effort, or let's call it quits, one of those two. So I don't know, end of the year, I wouldn't object to that. That's what, basically, 3 months?
Well, I think
October, November, December?
a lot better than 30 days, I think.
I do, I agree with you very much.
Do we have any other questions for the applicant right now? And then we'll, if not, we'll close this and
Would
we'll go
you be
into
able to
discussion.
live until the end of the year, and then it's a yes or a no?
Yes, sir.
And you're gonna have to bust your behind, I guess, is the best description I can use to get it done. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Any other questions, gentlemen? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we've heard from everybody who signed up to speak. So at this point, we close the public hearing portion of the meeting, and we conduct our public meeting, which means that unless the board asks a question of one of the applicants, we don't take testimony from this point on. So just as a reminder, gentlemen, Jessica was in here in March on the 27th of this spring, asking us for an approval. We gave her an approval conditional that she comes back at the December BZA meeting, which she has, and that the trash on the property be cleaned up, the shell of the house removed, and that she must use the current septic system for waste and take the proper steps on that. So our question tonight is has she made that progress, and or not, what are we going to do now? Are we going to give her more time, or?
When you, I cannot remember off the top of my head, for a building permit, when you pull that, how much time do you have?
Initially, you have 60 days in which to begin activity on the permit, meaning you're calling for inspection. If you don't do it in that time, technically it expires, but once you've begun construction, you can have up to 2 years.
What constitutes beginning construction?
Digging a footer, calling for inspection. Or in this case, verifying the foundation and
So we're open for discussion, gentlemen.
I guess the best thing I can say is I'd like to perceive myself as tough and mean, but I don't kick people when they're down. And I would probably agree with Gordon that we could go a little bit longer on this. I know it's not going to make everybody happy, but I'll be able to sleep at night a little better.
Other discussion?
I agree with Bill and Gordon. Would you say, Jay? I agree with you and Bill.
Gordon, Jason, any discussion? I'll tell you, my thought on it is, well, you guys collect your thoughts. I'm glad you did what you did. You made big improvement on the property, but we set a timeline and we gave you 7 months to get it done, and you told us that you would be able to accomplish that in that time frame. And it doesn't appear to me that you have by the photos that I've been presented this evening. I would be a no on it just for that reason, because we gave them the time initially, and it was adequate time at that point. I'm just concerned that she didn't meet our first deadline. Is she going to meet the second one? And based off of her success or lack thereof, tells me that she may not or probably wouldn't. So I would be a no on extending it, but I'm just 1 out of 5. Any other discussion? If not, I'll open for a motion.
I would move on public hearing update that we allow to the end of the year where we would then look at the property to determine if there was adequate progress and allow her that time to meet all requirements to be prepared to pull a building permit.
Okay, I have a motion to allow Jessica Knoll on D-23-08 to continue her efforts to come into compliance with the deadline of last day of this calendar year. Do I have a second to that motion?
No, she has to be ready to. Obviously, we're not going to pull a permit in the, I would not think we'd want to pull a permit in the. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion?
You had a second, Mr. Crone.
All right, all in favor of that
We have a
motion?
discussion, I think we've got.
We got a motion on the floor.
You don't have any discussion?
Yeah, I think there ought to be a deadline for the building permit.
You want to withdraw your second?
Then I'd have to restate my motion.
Yeah. Otherwise, we vote on it as,
The date for the
as
building
approved so
permit.
far.
Yeah, we need to have that.
Yeah.
Second? Okay, all right. Mr. Rumball, you care to amend your motion?
I would prefer to amend my motion to include a date of March 1st?
Or do you want to have discussion on this before we restate your motion?
I'd feel better like January 31st. She's got 60 days.
So I include a motion to have a building permit by January 31st. I'd like it a little later, but I can live with that.
I just don't want to string it out any longer.
Don't blame you. Okay, I would like to add to my motion that a building permit be applied for by January 31st, 2024.
24.
All right, I have a motion made. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you. All right, so I have a motion made and a second. All in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Aye. The motion passes 4-1. All right, we're moving on to our next item on the agenda. Folks, excuse me a minute. You're welcome to stay, but we'd ask you to exit quietly, please, so we can continue on. Thank you. Our next item is the first item under new business. It's public hearing SE-23-07. Darren Knight is requesting a special exception to run a business that requires a box truck. The property is located at 11420 North Hummingbird Way in Brown Township and is zoned R1. For this application this evening, I have, looks like 2 folks in support of, 2 folks in opposition to. For this application. I have Christina, is it Osman? Signed up first, although the applicant has signed up second. And are you wanting to present for him this evening? Yes, that is right. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna, if it's all right with Darren Knight, I'm gonna call her up first. Is that? Okay, all right. Christina Osman.
So we have applied for, oh, sorry.
Address.
Oh, Christina Osman, 11420 North Hummingbird Way, Mooresville, Indiana.
Thank you.
Okay, we have applied for a variance to have a box truck parked at the residence with, it's a business called DAK Transportation. So it's one truck for the business. Now, there is another box truck on the property that is my son's, and it's a personal box truck. He no longer uses it for business. We just have not sold it because of the way the economy is. My husband has no other employees, it's just himself. He drives for Amazon, running Amazon to the post offices in the middle of the evening. So the truck leaves anywhere 9, 10 o'clock at night, comes back 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So it doesn't impede with traffic in the neighborhood. It has a DEF system on it. So environmentally, it's more environmentally friendly than most diesel or pickup trucks that you see driving down the road every day. Now, we are on a corner lot. From what I understand, there was a complaint about property values dropping. I'm a real estate appraiser. That's not quite the case with a box truck being parked on the property. The corner lot, I can see how everybody can kind of see it coming and going, but we are in the rear of the neighborhood. So now the truck was parked in the middle of the driveway for most of the summer. We've now backed it up to our 4-car detached garage. So it is behind the house. So coming down the street, you can eventually see it, but you have to physically turn your head to see the box truck. There was another complaint about an RV, which was my parents traveling from Florida, going to Canada. Unfortunately, Canada was on fire, so they stayed for a while. They have since left. They do visit every year. We've been advised of the rules, and they abide by those by either sleeping inside or they only have a 14-day minimum, they've got to be gone. They don't use any facilities other than electricity and water on the property. They do dump their waste at an RV place, Camper World or something like that. They travel in and out. They do not reside at my house. They don't live there. They have an address in Newport Richey. They have a condo there. They stay there the majority of the year. They just come here because 4 of their children live in Morgan County. So they just hang out and say hi. They travel. They do their own thing. Now, back to the box truck. Like I said, it doesn't require a CDL to drive it. You can rent the exact same truck from U-Haul or Enterprise, drive it all day long. It's not a pretty truck, but it doesn't have anything except for a small amount of writing on the side of it. There's not big graphics on the side. It is white. I mean, but it's a box truck. So we're requesting that he be allowed to have just the business with his box truck only attached to that business. No other employees will ever be hired. And I guarantee when that box truck breaks down, it'll probably be the last box truck he ever owns. He just does this for a living. And when we first put in an offer in at the house, we did drive the neighborhood to check out. And we have seen various other vehicles. We've seen a smaller box truck. We've seen large enclosed trailers, other RVs, campers, dump trucks, various things in the subdivision. So we did not realize that it was going to be an issue to have the box truck there. We did put a driveway in, but we put the driveway in not specifically for a trucking company. We put the driveway in to access our 4-car detached garage that was already existing on the property. I did not realize we had to have a permit to do a driveway. So we did, in the meantime, file for a permit for that. I've not heard anything back on that. But most of the people in this subdivision do have 2 driveways. So again, I don't feel like the box truck is in any way, it's not driving during school hours, it's not in and out during maybe like rush hour when people would come and go from work. Now, my neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Murphy, they did walk around the neighborhood the other day. I did not ask them to do this, but they did walk around the neighborhood and asked the neighbors in support of us keeping the box truck or trucks there, if they were opposed to it. Now, before we ever even brought a truck there, we asked our adjoining neighbors and Clark across the street to see if they, had a problem with it. None of them did. Our neighbor actually on the west side of us kind of liked the box trucks because it gives them a little element of privacy. They wanted to put up a fence, and they're not in a rush to do that now, I guess, because of that. So they went around and asked, and I have a copy for everyone if I can give this all to you. It's just a signature and the address of each person that he had contacted and asked if they were for or against it, and anybody that was okay with the box trucks signed it. Can I give these to you guys? Or approach?
Ms. Parker, Mr. Peden, any rules on this? Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll accept it.
Okay.
Personally, I don't put much stock into it if they're not here, but that's just me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, part of the reason why this was done in a hurry, I think, is because Ms. Hodges did send out a letter to everyone in the neighborhood. And unfortunately, when she did it anonymously. So nobody knew who to contact, but she did put the wrong date and time on the meeting. She had accidentally put that it would be in 2 days from now instead of, so everybody didn't know where the letter came from, and everybody in the neighborhood kind of started walking around, coming up to us, asking us, like, what was going on. And I was trying to tell everybody that was the wrong date. It was actually Monday. And so I think that the Murphys just decided to, since a lot of people were were thinking that this was going to be Wednesday, that he would, try to find a way to support us in our new subdivision. So I think that's it.
What's the size of the box? What's the size of the box?
26-foot box truck.
How much?
26-foot box truck.
Does it have logos on it or anything?
It just on the door, it has the DOT number and the MC number.
And is it gas or diesel?
It's a diesel with a DEF system.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay.
How far back off the road is it parked traditionally or
Currently, and the way it's going to stay, I want to say it's probably about 50 feet. So my lot up here, you see the 2-car, or it's actually a 4-car detached garage in the back. See the box truck there? Oh, okay. Never done this before, sorry, guys. So right there, that is our 4-car detached garage. That is the box truck. So that's how it's currently parked. So when you're driving down Carroll Road, you do not see it till you approach about Hummingbird, and then you can start to see the front of the truck.
it's generally parked beside the house?
Well, I'm on a corner lot. So technically, the front of my house is listed as Hummingbird, but my front door is over here. This is a 4-car detached garage. This is the driveway we put in. like I said, we put it in based on just being able to access the 4-car detached garage. It was kind of senseless to have 2 garages there stuck together and no access to them. So we put in the driveway, and then in the meantime, like right there, that's our boat. So our boat is, and the box truck is, boat's a little bit smaller than the box truck, only by like 5 feet. So it's not, I don't feel like it's any that big of a difference in vehicle size. But like I said, it's ugly, but there's not, I mean, it's a newer truck. It's not tore up.
Any other questions, gentlemen? So you mentioned something about, did you mention an RV being parked there?
Yeah, my parents' RV.
Can you speak into the
Yeah,
microphone?
my
if you
parents'
would?
RV.
How long was it there?
On and off, 4 months, on and off.
And they were living in it during that time?
In the beginning, they were staying in it, and then
For how long a period of time?
maybe like 4 or 5 weeks at that time.
And how often is that truck parked somewhere other than where we're seeing it in this overhead
Yeah,
view?
that was, I think, why this became an issue, is because the truck was parked in front of the boat at that point, and then the RV was up towards the garage. So the RV was literally parked right where the box truck is, like right there, and then the box truck was parked right here. Sorry, I'm shaking. I'm nervous.
Truck ever get parked out on either of those 2 streets?
Oh, no, no, no.
Who's the neighbor, as we're looking at this picture up here?
Yeah, so-
Hang on, you had your chance to talk.
Oh, okay.
Now I get a chance to ask questions.
Okay.
All right. Who lives in the house to the left of where your box truck's sitting right now?
This house right here? Yes. That, it would be, let me get their names. Sorry, they just moved in. Matt and Cassie Crossley.
Okay. Have you talked to them about the box truck?
Yes, I
And
spoke to them about
What did they
it.
tell you?
They didn't care. They
Okay.
actually liked the privacy.
That's all I'm asking. Hang
Okay.
on, hang on. Can you zoom out a little bit? Sorry, I didn't realize that you're running this off 2 different computers. No, that's pretty good, thank you. Okay. I don't have any other questions, gentlemen?
I have no other questions.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Darren, did you want to come up and talk?
I think she's pretty much covered everything I was gonna say.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, we have no one signed up as an interested person. I do have 2 people signed up in opposition. The first one is Lorraine, is it Hodges?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, please.
My name is Lorraine Hodges. I have lived at 3431 East Carroll Lane in the Willwood Edition for 35 years. Some have lived here longer. Mr. Knight has lived here almost 2 years as of January 2022. In Mr. Knight's request for a variance, he did not mention that 3 months after moving here, in April 2022, he put in a second driveway which qualifies the home as a business without seeking a variance and is against Morgan County DOU regulations for a residential subdivision. He also did not include that there are 2 huge commercial box trucks, not one, that have been in that drive since about April 2022, setting end to end from the house to the street. And they are where you can see them clear to the street. If Mr. Knight was conducting his businesses on 5 or 10 acres in Morgan County, no one would think anything of it. But he is doing this in the middle of a subdivision where the houses are about 100 feet apart. Neither did he seek a variance for the recreational vehicle that is being lived in, and that's not just for a few weeks at a time. It's been since about 2 years. They were in it last year, and it's more like 6 months, which is about as big as the 2 commercial box trucks, which is also against DOU regulations. They have lived there 2 summers rent-free and tax-free on taxpayers' dime. There is a truck terminal 15 miles away and a recreational vehicle campground 7 miles away without destroying our neighborhood. It is not a pleasant sight to see 2 commercial box trucks blocking the view of the rest of the street in Mr. Knight's front yard in a residential subdivision on what has been known as a pretty street and community. A nationally well-known person speaking on blight in our cities and now creeping into the suburbs said, "Can you keep running away, or will you stay and help fight the blight? If the board will help us, we will stay." Most importantly, commercial box trucks coming and going and people living in motorhomes do not make a safe environment for families. We ask you to uphold the regulations you set forth in the Morgan County Department of Unification Plan that protects homeowners and deny Mr. Knight this variance and have him remove the box trucks and the motorhome. Thank you. The motorhome did.
Excuse me just a second. We're out of time, so I'm going to cut you off there.
I'm finished.
But, okay, that works out great. But I'm going to open it up and ask the board if they have any questions for you.
Is her house on here? Is your house right here?
My house is on the opposite side of the road, on the right-hand side.
Amber's going to show us here where she's at.
Mm-hmm. And when you come down the street, until Friday when the motorhome moved out for the summer, the 2 box trucks were sitting end to end.
Okay, I'm going to stop you here for a second. I don't mean to be mean, but you've answered his question. Are there any other questions from the board?
You keep mentioning this motorhome,
Beg your pardon?
this motorhome that you keep talking about, or this home that, this trailer, I'm not sure what it is, that's in there that people are living in? Mm-hmm. Is this his family?
I suppose it is.
Just family that's coming through and visiting, or?
They're not. They come in the spring and they didn't leave till this last Friday.
But you don't know if it's family, or is he renting the spot, or what?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Any other questions, gentlemen? No? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm embarrassed, I can't pronounce first name, last name is Nicholson? Signey. All right.
Ready?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Signey Nicholson. My husband and I reside at 3242 East Carroll Lane, which on the map is at the end of the cul-de-sac. Oh, okay. Right there. Right there. Okay. I'm here, I debated if I should be interested part of your opposition, but I am opposition. By way of background, I'm a city planner, and I worked for the city of Cincinnati for some years, and I served on the Mooresville Plan Commission for 8 years. So my interest is not only as a neighbor, but also as a resident of Morgan County with an interest in the quality of our neighborhood. It's my understanding that a special exception, which is what Mr. Knight's requesting, goes with the property, is a permanent thing, if Ms. Parker's information to me was correct, that once a special exception is granted, it would be so for permanent. So if they subsequently sold the property, the new property owner could park a box truck there and have his trucking business. That's a concern to us because as nice as they keep up their property, they're pleasant people, neighbors like them, what if is something that concerns me as a city planner, as a neighbor. It becomes a slippery slope once you say, okay, you can park a box truck there. What might a subsequent owner do, and what might a subsequent purchaser of a neighboring thing say, oh, well, this neighborhood is okay with parking box trucks and operating parking lots, just as Ms. Hodges referred to the article a couple of weeks ago in the Sunday Star, that it's a problem throughout Indianapolis as well, that properties are just being allowed to do that. The operation at the night does not make any difference. The issue is that there is always, I learned tonight that the other box truck that's always parked there is apparently for sale, belongs to the Sun, but there are always 2 box trucks parked there. And although you have an aerial, I printed pictures. I didn't make copies for everybody, so I'll just hold them up so you can see them. This is what the street looks like driving, and you're welcome to have these, but I kind of sense that we're not supposed to give you things. And this is the view as you approach Hummingbird Way from the side, and it looks like a normal house with a bunch of stuff parked in their driveway, which is normal. And then you come around, and this shows the trucks and the RV and the detached garage. And as you pass it, this is what it looks like to give you some sense of visually of the scale of the 2 box trucks in what is otherwise, I mean, like, it's a nice wooded neighborhood. It's the kind of neighborhood that I'm sure attracted them to buy in the first place a couple of years ago, because we're stable, we've got nice homes, nice families, and we want Morgan County to grow and prosper. And I just wish Mr. Knight could find someplace else to park his truck.
Thank you.
Time.
Perfect timing. Gentlemen, questions?
Yes, I have a question. The request was for 1 box truck on our application here.
Yes, that's my
And
understanding.
we knew nothing about anything else, just a box truck. And a gentleman who wanted to put that there, it's sort of like driving it. If he was driving it home every night, and he worked for a plumbing company, I guess he could do that without any problems. Hypothetically,
But he would leave in the, I'm sorry,
well,
he would leave in the
hypothetically,
morning, yeah.
if it was parked up by the garage and the other box truck was not there, and you did not see it from the street very easily, which I don't think you would from what I see up there, would that be a problem?
It'd be a lot less of a problem that, I mean, you know, what we'd like to see is more crepe myrtles like they have in their front yard. And, but it would be a lot less of a problem than 2 box trucks and an RV. So I would say that would be much better than 2.
What I'm looking for possibly is a compromise. I mean, where I have several horse trailers and livestock trailers in my yard, and tractors, which I find fine and dandy. I don't live in a subdivision, I'll grant you that. I guess what I'm saying is I'm looking for a way to, if he worked for Hudson Plumbing and drove one of their big trucks home, you would see it, and I don't find that would be objectionable, but
I guess the thing is, he's in a business where he delivers at night. So it's there all day, every day. So coming and going is when we see it. If it were gone in the morning, we would only see it potentially, if we went out at night in the dark, it'd be parked there.
I mean, but
You see what
parked
I mean?
back by your garage, the garage is quite a ways, a four-car garage, would that be a big problem?
I don't think it would be a huge problem. I think
A problem, but not a big one?
a problem, but not a big one.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, any other questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Christina, would you like to come back up and speak to the board? You have 5 minutes to address us, if you care to do so.
Yes, so she's right. The box truck being in the middle of the driveway, it was ugly. It wasn't the prettiest sight to come down the street. So I feel like a good compromise is that the box truck is parked up more towards the four-car detached garage. Right here on this property, I think it's right there or right here. There's a box truck, a yellow one, that is parked there every day, has been for years. That's why we were under the assumption that it wasn't a problem to have a box truck in that subdivision, along with a lot of other large vehicles and trailers. And that is what attracted us to the neighborhood, is we thought we had just a little bit more freedom than maybe a vinyl village like an HOA or something along those lines. So I feel like a good compromise is if we were allowed to park the box truck up towards the garage, and it stays there up towards the garage unless for some reason for 1/2 hour it had to be moved out of the way or something to get something in and out of the garage, and then it be moved back up there, not left. It's never on the street, never stays on the street, and everybody orders Amazon nowadays. And yeah, the box truck thing is becoming a problem throughout the entire state and probably across the United States. But unfortunately, there's not enough truck parking for the amount of semi-trucks and box trucks and other vehicles that have to haul this product. There's a wait list for they say years to even get in one of these trucking facilities to park your truck, and then you have crime that happens in those areas too. For some reason, they get broken into, gas gets stolen. So I just hope that you would consider possibly just allowing us to keep it up towards the garage, one truck only. I would just like to have enough time, let's say 30 or 60 days, to get the black truck either parked somewhere else or sold, because my son does not use it, it just sits there. It's his personal truck. It's not used for business whatsoever. It's black. The white truck does hide the black truck. You can't see the black truck at all coming down the street with the white truck being there. But if that one needs to go, that's fine. Now, yes, my parents came this year for a little longer than normal. They come through every single year. They drive I think their RV is not any more than 30 feet. It's a very small, it almost looks like an oversized bus with a bed in it. They come through every year and travel and visit us kids. And then they did go to Michigan this year. Like I said, they were gonna go to Canada, but unfortunately Canada was on fire. It ruined their 1.5-month plan of being there. Next year, they will not be here for more than the 2 weeks allowed unless they stay inside our house and just park their RV in our driveway. Every other house has an RV. I don't understand why the RV is that big of an issue. They do not live in it permanently. They just come here to see their kids. My mom is 71. There is a deck that is built for in front of the RV. My dad has had MS for 31 years. He just needs something to hold on to get in and out of it. That's the only reason that little, I think it's a 2 or 3 foot by 3 foot with a railing is for him to get in and out of it without falling down, because he does fall. He can still walk, but he does fall a lot. So that's what that little deck or railing that maybe makes it look permanent, but it's not a permanent thing. They live in Newport Richey, they stay in Newport Richey, and they just come visit us kids, so. And that's it.
Thank you. Gentlemen, questions?
I'm reading the request here. One box truck.
One box truck for the, yes, for
And-
DAK, and time to
I
get
mean,
the
it-
black truck off the property, because like I said, parking is not readily available for trucks.
You heard what I'd ask
Yes,
about parking it up by the garage.
yes.
Which would probably realize that you need to park your, I don't know, what's in this 4-car garage? Is there room for a boat?
No, the boat is now in our front driveway.
But I mean, you're in a subdivision, I'm familiar with a subdivision. And like I said, if he worked for a plumbing company and drove the plumbing truck home, that would probably be pretty normal, but you asked for one box truck. I would not be willing to give you much time to get rid of the other one if we did approve this, but I would expect that it be parked as out of sight as it could be.
Yeah,
And I don't think it is now. Now, granted, I can see you having it up by the house if he had to do something but not on a permanent basis.
right,
I'm looking for some common ground here.
Right.
Common sense. You asked for one box truck, I could live with that. But I
Right.
don't want to be driving by it in a subdivision, I guess, if I'd ever lived in one. And I haven't, so I'm certainly sure they're different than,
so if the box truck was to get approved, the boat has to go?
you asked for one box truck, and I would say that that was all you asked for, so that's all I would want to approve.
Oh, okay, yes,
Yeah,
I only
and
want
would
one
expect-
box.
And I asked if it could not be parked, let's just say the front end was parked within,
Yeah,
I'll say arbitrarily, 25 feet of the front door of that
right,
every day.
yeah, it's gonna be every day.
That's just what I'm asking. Could you live with that?
Oh, yeah, I can get rid of the other box truck.
Thank you.
It's just taking up space. So yeah, one box truck is all I asked for, and I don't ever want it to be any more than that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, other questions? I may have missed it. Maybe you said this, and if you did, I apologize for asking you the question, but why can't these be parked in the garage?
The box truck?
The box truck, anything?
Yeah, it's-
Hang on a minute. We
Yeah.
said this at the beginning. If you're not at the podium, you don't get to speak, right?
So the size of the detached garage is a normal size garage. Unfortunately, it would not clear that. I mean, the boat could be parked in there, but currently there's an F-250 in there with the engine being rebuilt. There is a 2-car on the other side, cannot drive over it due to the septic.
You can't drive over what now?
So it's a 4-car detached garage. It's a 2-car over here and a 2-car over here. The 2-car the door is facing this way, and then the door is over here. This side, you cannot park a vehicle in due to the septic. You can't run over the septic to get in and out of it. It's not good for the septic. That's what I'm told. You could not park, the box truck would not fit in the garage.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, other questions? Nope, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we've heard from the applicant, and her husband passed. heard from Lorena Hodges and Signey, right? Am I right on that time? Okay, thank you. Nicholson, so at this point, we close the public hearing portion of the meeting, go into the public meeting. We're hearing an application for a special exception. And for the findings of facts under number 2.1, am I missing some here? Ms. Parker, do you know, they kind of rewrote their own? Or not? Am I good, just? All right. Okay. Under number 2, standards for evaluation, 2.1, it says the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the special exception will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. And the applicant has written in, the box truck has less impact on the environment. The truck has a DEF system that is installed. If there were to be any issues with the truck that would cause any fluid to leak, it would be removed off the premises immediately. Under 2.2, the statement is a special exception will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of the other property in the immediate vicinity for development and improvement of the surrounding property for uses permitted in the district. The applicant goes on to write, the truck is always paired neatly in the driveway and only leaves approximately 4 times a week and never more than once a day. The truck has minimal noise, no bright colors or writing on the box to make it stand out. There will only be one truck for the business use. Under 2.3, the statement is the establishment of the special exception will not impede or substantially alter the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property for uses permitted in the district. The applicant writes, the property is just a holding facility for one truck for this business. There will be no additional traffic to the roadways. It would be the same traffic as if I were leaving to and from work in a personal vehicle. Under 2.4, it says adequate utility access, should say road, says ROD, drainage and other necessary ingress and egress, so designated as to minimize traffic congestion on the public roadways. The applicant writes, the truck will not cause any different traffic patterns on the public road that a normal car, truck, or SUV would cause. The truck does not alter any landscaping that would cause drainage issues. Ingress and egress to and from the roadway would be normal as a personal vehicle. Under 2.5, the statement is adequate measures have been or will be taken to provide ingress and egress so designed as to minimize traffic congestion on the public roadways. The applicant goes on to write, a driveway is a place for the box truck to park. It will not block or cause congestion on the roads any more than a normal personal vehicle coming and going at any given time. And then lastly, under 2.6, it says the special exception will be located in a district where such use is permitted and all other requirements set forth in the UDO that are applicable to such use will be met. And the applicant writes, the truck will be parked in the street on the property or will not be parked in the street on the property, except to the west drive at 11420 North Hummingbird Way. The truck will be parked the truck will be parked as far inward as possible, close to the detached garage, to be out of view as much as possible. For the staff reports, the health department states they have no objection. Surveyor marked it as read and no comment. The staff report from the Plan Commission office states the following. Finding of facts 2.1 asks if the establishment of the home-based business would be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare of the community. They have written the specific operation of this home-based business poses no threat to the public's general welfare. The box truck is no more detrimental than any other motorized vehicle permitted on the road. They go on to write, finding of fact 2.2 asks if this home-based business would impact the neighbor's ability to use and enjoy their own property. And they have written, the truck activity can be limited to one round trip per day. Under the current schedule of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., neighbors are unlikely to see or hear when it departs or returns. When not in use, it is parked in the driveway. Under finding of fact 2.3, it asks the question if the existence of the home-based business would impede normal development of surrounding properties. Staff notes this subdivision is already built out. The neighbor with the potential to be most impacted is immediately west of the petitioner's property. If that neighbor had concerns, the BZA could require buffering along the property line if necessary. Under finding of facts 2.4, to ask if the home-based business is served by adequate facilities. Staff notes there's a public street serving this property. No additional facilities are required. Under finding of fact 2.5, it asks if any improvements need to be made to the property entrance to accommodate the home-based business. Staff notes there's only one box truck utilized in the business. The driveway that has been added is sufficient for parking the vehicle. Under finding of fact 2.6, ask if the home-based business is located in a district where the special exception is permitted and all standards required by the UDO are being met. Staff notes the R1 district does provide for the home-based business special exception. There is only one employee and one truck. There are no clients visiting the property. There will be no signage on the property. The only item visible outside is a box truck, which has no commercial graphics. The driveway and its use create no discernible traffic hazard due to the extremely low traffic volume in the area and off-peak hours when the truck departs and returns. Excuse me. Staff goes on to say, given these findings, staff would support the special exception for the home-based business with the following requirements. Number one, there shall only be one employee in the business. Number two, only one unmarked box truck parked on the property. And number three, the box truck must be parked directly in front of the detached garage that is located behind the house. And with that, gentlemen, we're open for discussion.
I think Laura hit it on the head when we said one truck, and that's all they'd requested. We discussed in front of the barn, the garage. And I could live with that.
Any other discussion?
I agree with Bill, with those requirements, and then give them so many days to comply to get rid of that truck. I have no problem with it if we stay it that way.
Gordon, any thoughts on this? No? Well, I can tell you that when I was sitting at home reading this application request, I thought, yeah, no, this sounds pretty reasonable and all that, but it didn't disclose that there's more than one box truck, that there's a big RV that sits there sometimes. Nobody's complaining about the noise coming or going or anything like that. It's just kind of that it seems to me, and my take on it from the two ladies that spoke, is that it kind of changes the feel of the neighborhood with that being, those being parked there. I'd be a no on this one. But that's one vote out of 5, as I always say. Any other discussion? No. Open for a motion.
Are you?
I can do it?
Yeah, you do it. It's your turn.
Okay. I move to approve petition SC-23-07 with all findings of fact being true, with the following requirements: be met within 60 days. There should be only one employee of the business, only one unmarked box truck parked on the property, and the box truck must be parked directly in front of the detached garage that is located behind the house.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve with 3 noted conditions. Do I have a second to that motion? All right, have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye. All opposed, same sign, aye. So it is 4-1, it is approved. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. We're going to take a 5-minute break and start back up in 5 minutes.
That's why I wasn't. There's
Working for the government to see how many cans of what I'll buy and drinking.
Right. Now I'm gonna do a story on expose of your drinking habits.
Yeah. What are you doing? What time is it now? 8 o'clock. Call Biden's and tell them to hold it up.
Hear me now? Me, my new one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so far. He hasn't won a
See, like the big cage or not?
I didn't set it up.
Tell them to send it over.
It's in the backyard. I don't have room for one. I'm gonna mute the mics. But he's behaving, so hopefully.
Good.
Nope, we good?
Yeah, your mic's on.
All right. Next on the agenda is public hearing SE-23-08. Justin and Marcia Smith are requesting a special exception for a rural event facility that will host dirt track races. The property is located at 10785 North Little Point Road in Adams Township and is zoned for ag. And for this tonight, I have several folks signed up in support of, several in opposition. So we're going to go ahead and call up Justin Smith. And again, just keep in mind, Justin, 10 minutes, and then we'll give you 5 minutes to come back up again afterwards. Everyone else, 3 minutes. If you don't want to speak, just pass, and we'll go on to the next person that signed up. So if you could start out again, just as a
Board, my
reminder.
name is Justin Smith. I live at 10785 North Little Point Road, Stylesville, Indiana. I'm here to put in for an acceptance, for an exemption, or a special exemption to host dirt track races. One every third Saturday of the month from June till October, from June 8th till October 26th. I'm a 14-year Army vet. I got out of the military by medical discharge for the problems that I've received in combat. And upon being retired out of the military, we found a piece of property out in Little Point that we wanted to get our 6-year-old daughter into racing. And part of that is this area right here that, this is an old picture. This picture, I don't know exactly when this overhead was taken. It had to have been last year at some point in time. The racetrack is smaller than this, and actually it's about that big, and I've shortened it down to fit in this area. The gentleman, Bill, the guy that does the erosion, was wanting me to have a buffer of at least 30 feet of grass in between my go-kart track here and fence line. I just put in 200 feet of silt fence in this corner to accommodate what Bill was wanting me to do, and with putting in 8-inch berms 5 feet in front of the silt fence that's 8 inches high to stop any water that's going to the silt fence. It's a 3-tier system. We're just trying to get a thing going. We have 53 racers. We don't have any outside racers. The same group that races at locations from Martinsville to Illinois to Ohio are the same group of people. We all have a itch to race, and we have kids, and I have a daughter that I'm trying to get into racing, so I made her a racetrack. And I'm trying to host other people to get their kids involved in the racing. And that's why I'm asking for this acceptance, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Questions, gentlemen?
What size racers, what kind of racers are you gonna have there?
Racers, sir? We race go-karts. Go-karts?
Go-karts, motorcycles, what?
Just go-karts, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, other questions?
I don't have one.
All right, so you're wanting to have these races from June to October, is that correct?
We put in for every third Saturday. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I scheduled 8 races from June 8th to October 26th. So every third Saturday from the 8th is.
Okay, and when would you start that, since we're obviously past June? Would this be
Well,
next
this is,
year?
yeah, I was told that I needed to bring a schedule for next year in today. We start at 11 and we end before 6 p.m.
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
We bought that place in 2020.
Okay. All right. And have you ever been out to the county fairgrounds?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, have you ever been to the grandstand there where they have the races? And
Are
that
you
kind
talking
of
about
thing?
in Hendricks County, sir, or here in
Here in
Morgan County?
Morgan County.
No, sir, I haven't been out here in
Never
Morgan
been in
County.
there?
No, sir.
All right, so how about a football field? If you compare the size of your track to a football field,
Okay,
that
so if we do the track that I currently made, when I first made, the outer line of it was 940 feet. The inside line of it was 727 feet. Now, the racetrack that I have currently, the outside circle of it is 500 feet all the way around. So I've shortened my racetrack up from one to another, almost 500, about 470 feet. That was because Bill wanted me to have a grass buffer in between this private drive, Jeff Ford property. He wanted 30 feet. The racetrack for this is about 105. From here to here is about 53, and from here to this new racetrack is about 50 foot. I was trying to accommodate that 50 foot, 35 to 50 buffer.
You're proposing that these would start at 11 and end at 6?
Actually, they can end way before that. We just have drivers arrive at 11, drivers meeting at noon, and then we start racing from 1, and then we complete upon completion, but it's not been past anything like that. We've only had 7 people total come at any one time so far, so.
And these go-karts that you're racing here, what age group is going to be racing these?
So we have anywhere between 63 and right now the youngest person we have is 11.
Okay, so 11 to 63 are going to be racing these? And
Not at the same time, sir.
okay.
The age groups are, the children, we're trying to get in their own group, the adults, but we do have people that are racing go-karts from the age of 63 down to the age of 11.
Okay, all right. And how loud are these?
So they're a lot quieter. They're about as loud as a lawnmower. We run mufflers on them. I have a New Holland tractor that is a lot louder than those go-karts, so. Decibel-wise, they're probably in the 85 to 92 decibel range, maybe a little less than that.
And then you mentioned, or I read in the report here, in advance of the meeting, that you're proposing to have dust control there?
Right now, I have excess of 5,000 gallons of water I have on hand at one time. I have a 1,200 gallon, it's an old slurry spreader. I have a white plastic 1,000 gallon container, and then I have 8 325 gallon little plastic toters.
And are you selling concessions on site?
No, sir. Driver donations from the racers, and then it goes back to the drivers. One of the questions was when I did our interview was the sanitation. I got Baker's Septic Service. When I have races, I have up to 2 porta-johns on hand with washing facilities.
Do you have first aid personnel on bike?
Me and my wife was both in the military, sir. We have access to AMO and other EMS personnel for those days, but if we can't have them, I am CPR certified. My wife is EMS. We have been trained in combat life-saving, so we can definitely take care of somebody until professionals get there. Yes, sir.
How many races every day?
On these race days, we won't be racing any more than 20 at one time.
No, how many races?
Oh, we have 53 race car drivers.
Say that again?
53 that race around the state of Indiana.
Are you having 10 races, 15 races, 20 races?
Races. I'm sorry, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 races, sir, from June
Now,
8th to 26 October. Every 3 weeks it's 8 races for that time period.
Where are you getting your water?
So I get water from Mill Creek, and then now I'm buying water. The next time I'm able to do this, I'm buying water. There's a guy that sells pool water just right up by Bell Union. So I'm going to be purchasing water from him.
And I see on here that you've noted that you have permission to draw water from the pond nearby?
I have had permission. I've got water from over here and right at this location. Here and here is where I've had water from.
To put on the racetrack?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Gentlemen, other questions at this time?
You say there's how many in one race, though?
So once we have everybody, say we have 40 people show up to race. By the time they eliminate themselves through heat races and qualifying and such things like that, the feature race would have 20 personnel.
20?
20 personnel, 20, sir.
Will you have a PA system on premises?
No, sir.
So how do you call these people in?
So the parking for the go-kart racers are in this field right here. Now, I conduct everything from this location. So behind my barn is where all the foot traffic comes through. I go out and I tell them, hey, we're gonna start our heat laps, our hot laps or whatever at X time. They come out. Once they're off, I give them another timeline. I'll give them another 30 minutes before we do any other on-car track. So it's just walking over and telling them, hey, we got 20 minutes. Hey, we got 30 minutes. It's just all foot, just person to person.
How many laps does a race?
So on the big track, when we was racing, we was doing 8 laps for heat race, for hot lap for heats, and then we were running 18 for features.
18 laps?
That was, when we were just first starting off, we didn't really know what number we would like to have, so we were just kind of flirting with it.
Gentlemen, any other questions?
What do you line the track with? Hay bales, what?
What's that, sir?
What are you protecting the outside of the track? Are you using hay bales?
I've received a bunch of tire donations from Cook Salvage in Plainfield, and I use the tires to outline the outside and the inside of the track, and then I use colored tires that I've painted red for exits. So people, once I give everybody a safety brief that shows up on property, they have a good idea of what the layout is.
What do you prep it with?
I have a tractor and a box grader. I don't use any chemical on it. I just water and elbow grease.
So you prep it in between some of the races?
No, all the prep work is done prior to the race. The only thing that I'm usually doing during the race day is watering it down, and that just whenever it needs it. Usually once the dust starts building up, I usually stop, and during our heat races, I do a lot of watering. I get the carts out there, they run 10 laps, I water it, they run 10 laps, and we really try to pound the water into the racetrack so the longer we can run without having to add any more water. But it is dirt, it does get dry, and this isn't like going to Putnamville. Once it needs water, we stop everything and we water it, so.
The reason why I ask this, 4 of these 5 people up here are familiar with racetracks.
That's awesome.
Very familiar with how to set one up. seems to me like it's going to be pretty dusty. Is it pretty dusty at times, particularly in July and
At
August?
during the races, I don't get dust during the races, but when we're not doing anything, it does get dusty. But that's the reason why I'm taking out the big track and consolidating everything to a 16th mile, because I do it all the work myself. And as much as overzealous as I was on thinking I wanted a really big racetrack, that wasn't the case. It's a lot of work, so I'm really wanting to downsize it to be manageable for one person.
You don't feel that you need somebody that has qualified medical experience?
Oh, yes. So my she's going to school to be a nurse. Her boyfriend's dad is a full-time fireman in the Lebanon Fire Department. Every other race, not every race, but every other race, he has said that he would be there on hand for EMS support. So I can't hold him to that, but I mean, that's what I've been told, so.
So what's the nearest fire department to your location?
Stylesville, but they're
Stylesville?
Stylesville Volunteer Fire Department, but I don't know how many people that is. That's about 6 miles away, I think. It takes,
About 6 miles from you?
yeah, I would say so. Little Point Road down to Mackey Road up into Stylesville, it's gotta be close to that.
Your insurance does not require that you have medical personnel there?
We're not trying to run it as a business. The only thing that we was, from other race tracks that we've been talking to, the one thing that they've all come in agreement with was what do they call that? A waiver form that, so everybody that shows up, racers and spectators have to sign a disclaimer. Yeah, a disclaimer? A disclaimer that we have on hand.
No further questions.
Any other questions at this point for the applicant?
Well, yeah, I have one, John. Have you contacted the local fire department and see
So-
if they have an EMA guy or somebody that can come out there, or?
I have not contacted any fire department other than the full-time fireman that his son is dating my daughter, him, John. That's the only guy that I've been in
Full-time
contact
fireman,
with.
is he coming to the
He's coming to
races?
every other racer. So out of the 8, he'll be on hand for 4 races.
Something to think about. I'm from that community.
Yes, sir.
They've taken that bridge out that goes over 70.
Mm,
So if you're expecting the Emmons Fire Department to get there, they're gonna have to go around a lot. So
yes, sir.
I don't know if Bell Union's closer or how big they are, I don't know.
But that was one thing that I was going to do if this was approved, is before every race was. So the AMO Fire Department is the other one that would say that they would come out, but I'd have to give them 2 weeks in advance, and they could have a person out. So
Will they be there during this?
I just need to give them a 2-week advance so they can have somebody that's not on
They'll
shift.
be there during the races?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Good.
Gentlemen?
No.
No? All right.
Thank you, sir.
Marcia Smith?
Marcia Smith, also at 10785 North Little Point Road. To caveat on what my husband had said, we're here to apply for a special exception for this racetrack for personnel that we already know, similar to a brotherhood that we also had in the Army. They're fully aware of the disclaimer that they have to sign, the observers, along with any other personnel that are related that are coming onto that property. They're all aware. We do it similar to how we had set up a lot of operations in the military, which was with risk assessment, pre-briefs, rules of engagement, and then post reviews with all of our racers. We do have a lot of support from our outside community, but I do want to stress that this is also something that my daughter absolutely loves. She's a racer, and my husband is as well. Given that he is medically retired, this is something that helps his PTSD. And as a caretaker of a veteran with PTSD, it's extremely hard to find that comfortability that you can rely on to escape from your anxiety or other stressors that are outside of the household. So when it comes down to it, if there's something that allows him to decompress from what's actually going on, I'm all for it. And when it comes time for him to actually put on a race, we learned the hard way when it came down to that larger track. So the buffer zone that he was talking about between the fence line and the new track, which is inside now a 16th mile, we not only have tires that outline that racetrack, but we also have it graded and tilled just in case it would slow down, similar to a semi that's running off of, that's a runaway with sand on the side of the roadways. So, and again, we're brand new at this, so we're here to not only be malleable to our neighbors, because we want to make sure that everybody's happy in it, but not everybody can be happy with everything. So we're just here to pretty much learn from our mistakes with not being in compliance prior, but we're coming forward and we're trying to get everything squared away so that way we can move on and move forward with it in the best way possible.
Thank you. Gentlemen, questions?
Not at this time.
Jerry?
No, the one thing that I would push on there is when you're going to have one of these affairs, prior to that, you notify the nearest fire department so they can be ready in case something happens.
Absolutely. Yeah, we could definitely do
They
that.
may just come out and sit there with you, because
Yeah,
they're big kids.
absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next up I have Harley Smith. Why don't you just come in front of there and talk to us? Did you want to talk to us? Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you want to tell us?
How old are you? Good for you.
Did a very good job.
Yep.
Thank you. You're all set, unless you have something else you want to tell us. Harley told me they just watched the football game yesterday. Harley, I think I speak for the whole board. You just made our night tonight. And you have very good handwriting, by the way, as well. Lyle Baker?
My name is Lyle Baker. I live at 10809 West Appaloosa Road, Stylesville, Indiana. Being an old go-kart racer myself, The go-kart tracks where we used to be able to race have all folded up. And if anybody has ever experienced driving a go-kart, they would understand why this young lady, her father, want to be able to have this racetrack. I'm not a adjoining neighbor, but I live behind the track on Appaloosa Road. And I have been over to the track numerous times, and I would really hate to see this not take place, because there is a calling for people to enjoy themselves where other people don't understand. They have never experienced the thrill of going sideways in a circle. We all in the country, we either had mini bikes, three-wheelers, and things growing up. We made our own go-karts out of bed frames, just something with a motor on it to go. I personally would really hate to see this get voted down, because it's an enjoyment that a lot of us old people, young people, have a desire to do. And that's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you. Questions, gentlemen? Hold on just a second, Mr. Baker. Any questions, gentlemen? Where do you live? Are you on the aerial drawing up there, your property on getting that, or do we need to zoom out a little bit to get to you?
I live right on Appaloosa Road.
All right, give us just a second here. We're going to see if we can zoom out a little bit and have you point out where you're at.
Where the big open field, just over, bring your pointer over, right there, you got it outlined, I think. Yes,
That's your property there?
that's my property.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I appreciate that. Crystal Baker, is it Crystal? Okay. Whoever signed up with Crystal at the same time, I can't even come close to making out what you wrote there. I apologize. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have a joint property next to him. And 10813
Jeff?
West County Road.
Excuse me a minute, Jeff. Can you start out by giving us your name and your address,
Jeffrey
please?
E. Baker.
And your address?
Well, the joint property to him is 10813 West County Road, 1075 North, Stylesville, Indiana, 46180.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, I'm sorry.
I own that lane next to him. I don't have any problem with it at all. I mean, he's not that noisy. He gets water from me. I own 3/4 of that lake. So if he needs water, he can come over to my house and get it. I got a well that runs into a river. He can come and pump it if he wants it. I ain't got a problem with it, especially with kids. They have fun there. I've met him, 5, 10 times. He's a really nice dude. So that's all I got to say about it.
Thank you. Where is your property located?
I'm right over there at the lake. on the far side of the lake, next to my brother. Brother's up that way on that road, down that way, and on the other side, I own the other part, that road. Yeah. Right there, on that.
All right.
Yeah, and then I own that lane right there, right next to him. That's my lane.
On the other side of the pond?
Yep, I own the road that runs to that point, and then the other side of him, I own the part that's next to him.
Okay.
He can use my road if he wants to.
Okay. All right.
And then Coger owns the other part.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, any other questions? Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on with folks that have signed up in opposition. Bill Holland.
It's a handout that I'm going to reference, one for everybody. Is that okay?
One for everybody?
One for everybody. Good evening. My name is Bill Holland, and I live at 10916 North Little Point Road, which is just across the street and 50, 60 yards north of Mr. Smith's property. I'm addressing you, asking for you to deny this proposed variance. Myself and most other affected neighbors purchased their properties primarily for serenity, openness, a little bit of space between us, and generally an uncrowded feeling. I understand that people purchase properties for a little additional freedom over subdivisions, et cetera. But we almost must understand that this additional freedom is not anything goes. This proposal asks for permission to operate a dirt track and mentions go-karts, but will it stop there? We don't know that. Will there be midgets next, motorbikes? Who knows? They mention there is no PA system, but will there be one? They do mention people coming and watching. Will we have bleachers? Who knows? Approving this variance will have an impact on all neighboring property values. I used to be a realtor, don't do it anymore, and I have kind of been in this situation before, but for grins and giggles, I went on artificial intelligence, and that is the document you all just received, and asked it the question, will it affect adjoining property values? And it came back with a very affirmative answer that yes, it would, and that noise would also affect that. That particular document was about 10 pages long, by the way. I only gave you the one page to look at, the most important part. If I have no intention of selling my property, but if I did, and one of these races was going on, a realtor may bring somebody by, they look over, see 25 parked cars across the street, they hear a bunch of noise, they may hear a PA system, they may see dirt flying, and they're going to get back in their car and just leave. Therefore, I may have lost a sale. I've never met Mr. Smith or his wife or children, and I have no ill feelings about them or their ambitions. But folks, this just does not fit in this area. I found out this evening that they say this is still zoned agricultural, but is being used residential R1. And this variance does not fit any of those variances that are listed as an R1. In closing, I urge you to fully adhere to the already established R1, because that's what we're paying taxes on, I guess, established R1 guidelines and the established special exception uses. Please cast your vote as you would if you owned the property next door to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, questions? Pointer laying up there on top of the podium.
yeah,
If you
here,
can
we can-
figure out how to operate that, you're smarter than I am.
If I can find the button, there we go. There's the racetrack. I am right there.
And how long have you lived at that?
41 years.
41 years, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Gentlemen, any other questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thomas Harris. Thomas Harris.
My name is Thomas Harris. I live at 10868 North Little Point Road. And one of our major speakers actually signed up after me, and I would kind of like for her to go before me if that's possible.
I tell you what, I appreciate that. We're going to keep with the order that everybody signed
Okay,
up on.
all right. All right. Well, I think there's been a lot of sympathy played on this. There's not been anything said about any practice sessions that would go on either through the week or in the additional weekends. I'm very familiar with when a lot of group of people get together, a lot of times there's alcohol involved. A lot of us neighbors have a little concern about that. And the other thing is, as Mr. Holland stated, is property values. As a real estate investor and my wife an ex-real estate agent, we've conferred with some appraisers, and it would definitely affect our properties, and we're very concerned about that. Other than that, I'm going to leave it to the next speaker.
Thank you. Gentlemen, questions? Can you pick up the pointer there laying on top of the podium and show us where you live?
I live right, if I can get it to work, right there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
That's my property right there.
And how long have you lived there?
I've lived there 4 years.
I'm sorry?
4 years.
4. Brandon Moore.
Brandon Moore, 10857 North Little Point Road. My wife and I and our 2 kids, we live on the property north of the Smiths. We're bordering both the parking area and the racetrack area used during the events that they were hosting. We purchased our property in 2014 to have a place for our 2 horses and to enjoy the peace and tranquility of the location. If this track resumes operation, it will be difficult for us to use and enjoy our property for the following reasons. 1, the noise from the go-karts racing, which can be heard both inside and outside our home. It can be disturbing to the kids who don't like loud noises, the animals, the dogs afraid to go outside, can cause undue stress on horses and livestock who can be easily spooked and injure themselves or a rider. Can be unable to relax even inside the house or get the rest needed to go to work with racing during the day and then fireworks preceding many of the events from 10 to 11 p.m. And the equipment that's used to maintain the track often has backup alarms and are operating often, not just during the events. The air quality has suffered due to dust from racing and also track maintenance. I have kids with allergies and asthma, and I don't like to have them outside when the events are going on. The track plan shows portalets near my garden location, so I won't be able to utilize that moving forward. Safety is my biggest concern, which there seems to be a lack of adequate barriers around the track and the parking area to prevent breach of property lines and possible injury or property damage. Other concerns I have are the loss of privacy during the event. The groups of participants park along the property line by my side yard and set up and congregate with awnings, and there is no longer any privacy for me during these events. There has been the question of insurance brought up. Is there an adequate insurance policy in place to cover all parties, including those potentially affected by an accident or incident, such as the surrounding neighbors? There's also the concern of added traffic as each event has been increasing in volume of participants entering and exiting the property. We do live near a dangerous curve. I've had 2 crashes onto my property in less than the 10 years that I've been there. There is also the concern of old tires outside due to water collection.
We're at our time limit.
Okay.
Gentlemen, any questions? All right, I'm going to ask everybody that comes up here the same thing. So if you want to get that out in your conversation or your statement, how long have you lived there?
I've lived there since 2014.
Okay, so
So-
by my public school math, that'd be 9 years, is
9
that
years,
right?
correct.
And then, can you pick up the pointer and show us where you live?
So, okay, that's, yeah. So here's the track, and this would be my house. This is the parking area, and yes, this is my house, this is my property.
Okay, all right. You mentioned something about fireworks. That's the first time I've heard that this evening. Have there been fireworks after events in the past there?
Some of the previous events have been concluded by a fireworks show. The most recent one that I recall was from 10 to 11 p.m.
Was that in conjunction with 4th of July or something like that?
It's listed on the Facebook page, the tracks page, that they have fireworks after many of the events. So it does not fall in line with their advertised hours.
All right. So as I'm looking at this drawing up there, and I see what I'm assuming is your house is the lightest colored structure. I don't want to make you keep getting up and down. That'll work.
So this is my house, this was my garden area, and this is my barn.
Okay, all right. So between your house and the Smith's property, is it flat? Is it hilly? Is it?
So this area is pretty flat, and this area is sloping downward toward the back of the property, but mostly flat.
Okay, so from the Smith's property going on to your property, you'd be going up a grade, is that correct?
I don't really want to speculate on that.
All right. Okay, good enough. Gentlemen, any questions? I have none. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Terry Moore?
Thank you. I'm Terry Moore. I am mom to Brandon, so anything that he referenced on that map. I've been going to his house, obviously, since 2014, and I will be speaking for my concerns, primarily safety and some quality of life concerns. Having read the petitioner's information that they provided, this, as they have stated, is a non-permitted use and has continued as a non-permitted use. It's definitely caused a loss of enjoyment to my son, his immediate family, and our entire family. The dust, the noise, the preparation of the track, I must say he worked really hard on it, and I would absolutely agree with that. However, it does involve a lot of work and time and dust. The garden is only 60 feet, which they had planned to expand to the fence line, which is not now an issue. We can't be within 30 feet or however close that track is. The pool and the swing set are not exactly in direct line. The house is 95 feet from the fence line. The fence in places is the only thing separating their yard. The fence is a farm fence, 4-inch square, with the 1.5-inch metal fence post is about 40 years old. That is what protects my 6- and 8-year-old grandson, who mean everything to me, from flying debris. If you all watched the Indianapolis 500 last year, did you happen to notice the tire that flew off? Although go-kart tires are much smaller, they have weight. When you look up under the Consumer Protection site about the Consumer Protection Product Safety Commission, they talk about the accidents for go-karts. Go-kart accidents, typically about, for a 10-year program, they haven't done it often, but it was about 10,000, over 10,000 a year. The fatalities are around 2,100 a year and increasing from go-karts. Please note that one of the Facebook posts called for engines up to 499 cc's. I do not want my children to not only all the effects that Brandon addressed, but I don't want them to have to see a traumatic event where someone's killed. The most common fatalities are caused by hitting a tree, some type of tank or stable object, being a spectator, being hit by one of the racers. Those are the most common causes. I understand the trauma that could cause for a lifetime. In 2013, our home, we had a triple fatality on a 4-wheeler, 500 cc's. Granted, they're more heavy, but I'm sure the higher the engine, the heavier the equipment. 3 people died. There's 1 cc difference. I live with that every day, that people died at the end of my driveway because they hit a concrete abutment. So I want you to please consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gentlemen, any questions? No. Just so I'm clear on it, you live in the same residence with Brandon, is that
No,
correct?
I live at 851 East County Road 200N, Center Point, Indiana. I frequently stay with the children and visit the home frequently.
But just for my reference, you don't live within a mile of the property?
I do not.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ronald Clearwater?
Ronald Clearwater, 11093 West Appaloosa Road, Stilesville.
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, the noise is my concern. I'm about 5 miles from Mount Meridian, and they race over there, or they have track over there. It's Saturday and Sunday. There's all kinds of noise, and that's 5 miles away. And the noise, is a big concern for everybody. And how they take care of the people and all that, that's going to be another problem.
Anything else you'd like to tell us?
No, that's all.
Okay. Where do you live
The upper,
in relationship to this?
I'm in the upper corner on Appaloosa Road.
Can we see your property on this picture?
I did a while ago, I don't see it now. Right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How far is that from your house to the Smith's property?
I would estimate 1,500 feet.
All right. And you've lived there how long?
Since 1975.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other questions, gentlemen? Thank you. John Morrison, Jr.
My name is John Morrison. I live on 10902 West County Road, 1075 North. We had a birthday party in our yard over the summer, and once they started racing, I couldn't speak to or hear the person standing right next to me. There were 7 toddlers whose parents didn't appreciate the amount of dust their children were breathing. It ended the party early. We moved here to the country to get away from such things. But the encroaching industrial junkyard with 5 complaints against it that's been allowed by the Plan Commission to be in the same neighborhood for well over a year now has set the precedent that empowers this type of activity. This form should not have been approved to be in front of you, as it is incomplete and does not include the necessary development plans, intensity levels, scale of events, or permits. Those permits include the ILP, the septic test by the health department, and their additional approval for the potable water supply, of which I already called and checked about. It also states the intended schedule for only the following year. This would become a permanent venue due to the use amount requested and would grant them the right to do much more than stated. This use would stay with the land for other future businesses if they ever sold the property as well. Even as stated in the request, the schedule is subject to change and could easily ruin gatherings planned around said event. The go-karts are able to be heard in every inch of my home, and I'm not even the closest one to them. My animals suffer and hide for the hours it persists, including the fireworks after the events. Just another factor that makes it difficult to enjoy a weekend on the lake or relax inside. This track would become a commercial use and would come with many new standards that would need to be met. Parking becomes easily the biggest hurdle for this development site. Per the ordinance, an ILP is needed for all new parking lots for commercial uses, and rural event centers must follow all parking and loading zone standards. This includes, but not limited to, the minimum number of spaces required and must conform to specific setback and ADA guidelines, all of which are not addressed and may not be able to be met due to the size and location. If the applicants are somehow able to meet all these development standards, they would then be well over the impervious surface coverage, on top of their drainage and landscaping standards not being in compliance. Their word should not be taken that they will get these steps done after the fact. They already gave their word that this track would not become what it has become. We were all told this was for his daughter and him. With that assurance, they were given access to the water out of the lake to attempt to control the dust, water that is now being drained and properly back into the lake. Regardless of the decision made today, I asked the board to make the condition that their ability to use lake water is taken away from them. It was never meant to be used for a commercial purpose and should not be allowed if the use is continued illegally. The junkyard owners already are attempting to drain this lake, so somebody who doesn't own the property along it should not be able to assist in this nightmare. Please,
Excuse me. Unfortunately, we're out of time. How long have you lived there?
2020, and I am, it's too high for me to show you where I live. I live along the lake, so you just have to go down a little bit. I am right there. Right there.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Gentlemen, questions? No? Thank you very much. John Morrison, Sr.
My name is John Morrison, and I live at 10868 West County Road, 1075 North, right beside my son. I'm really sorry that I have to say this, Justin. It's just so loud so noisy. It's just not comfortable when they're racing to be out on the lake or in my home or on my property. And I know you worked very hard at it and your intentions were well. And if it was just for little kids and there was little go-karts, it would be different. But they're very loud, they have headers, and it's uncomfortable. And I also have a safety issue with the people traveling on the road. There's not much of a fence there to protect people. There's kids that ride bicycles there and such. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Can you show us with the pointer where you live? Okay. All right, and how long have you lived there?
Almost 8 years.
Very much. Gentlemen, any questions? No? Callahan, I believe it's Donna.
Good evening. My name is Dana Callahan. My name is Dana Callahan. I live at 10959 West County Road 1075 North. I'm on the adjoining property south of the Smiths with 1075 going right down between properties. My concern is there's no barriers at all. I mean, there are some that he has installed, but the tires. But when I was a teenager, I had a go-kart. I know how dangerous they can be. My concern is them going through that fence, either into my property or to Jeff's or to our neighbor behind us, Jerry Strait. He has 3 grandchildren. I hate to see somebody get hurt. And yes, they are noisy. I can be in my house relaxing, and you can hear them. I have an older animal, and she gets very stressed. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Can you show us with the pointer where you live?
I am, where is it at? Well, it doesn't want to do it.
The button should be on the top somewhere.
Okay, there it is. This is the track. This is 1075. I am right here.
All right, thank you. And how long have you lived there?
I have lived there 13 years.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, any questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wendy Morrison?
My name's Wendy Morrison. I live at 10868 West County Road, 1075 North, and I've lived there for almost 8 years. I'm up here mainly because when they constructed this racetrack, they changed the drainage around the area, which is causing water to run into the lake more than normal. Very muddy water. It's also caused algae, a lot of more algae than we've ever had in our lake, and I've had a fish kill this year, which we haven't had in a while. My husband and I have put $1,000 into that lake this year alone to try to get rid of the algae with aerators and fountains and fish, and it's just, we've never had to do that before. It was just a lot larger than normal. So we did have these findings validated by the Environmental Public Health Division at the State Department of Health, along with we did speak to someone at Jones Fishery as to the significant change in our lake this year. Also, I have a problem with the noise and the dust. It's pretty loud. I live several doors down and I can hear it. It's louder than a lawnmower. It's quite large. Also, the barriers, there's no barriers on 1075 North when you drive down to go to your home. if somebody were to wreck and run into that, I feel that that's dangerous. There's children that ride their bikes and play all the time around there. Also, I'm already dealing with an issue in our neighborhood for the hoarding and harassing person neighborhood. And it's also made my property lower in value. I feel that this would lower my value of my property alone with Muddy Lake and hoarding situation. And now I have a racetrack in my neighborhood. It's not going to be great for, I think they're very nice people. I think I was misled. I was told the same thing. We're building this racetrack for my daughter. These are adults that are racing, and it's not a child in any way whatsoever. So I would like your vote to no to approve this.
Thank you. Can you show us with the pointer where you live?
I live right there. I have this, and all this. All is mine.
Thank you. Gentlemen, any questions? No? Tracy Martin.
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Tracy Martin. I live at 10611 North Little Point Road. I've lived there 60 days. Just bought this place. I'm an old racer. I've raced everything from Formula V, Formula Ford, to sprints, to modifieds. This will turn into a business. It's going to grow. It's going to be noisy. Like some of the other concerns of PA systems, lighting for night races or whatever. Like Mr. Smith, I'm a disabled vet also. I suffer from PTSD. I don't want to listen to that stuff, point blank. And I don't want my property value hurt. I'm 60 years old. I don't intend on moving again. Thank you for your time.
Hold on just a second here. Can you show us where you live with the pointer, please?
Well, you're going to have to go down a little bit. Is it me or you? Right there. I own this whole property right here.
Okay. All right. Gentlemen, any other questions? No? Thank you. All right, we've heard from everyone who signed up to speak. So at this point, we close our public hearing, go into the public meeting. Oh, you know what? Give the applicant a chance to come back up here and speak. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overlook you there. You got 5 minutes, sir.
Some of the things that was brought up, we have had fireworks. My daughter, my oldest daughter, she was born on the 4th of July, and we did have a race on the 15th with fireworks after that. That was the fireworks that was stated. That was for a birthday party and a race. We are not going to race after dark. We're not going to have PA systems. This is not going to turn into a business. This is not something I want to rezone my property to have it turned into a business. This is a family fun affair, and that's to the extent of what we're making it for. I understand everybody's concerns. I really appreciate everybody being here and concerns. That's great. Our property line is a property line. My property goes up to a fence. What I do with that is my property. If I have people on my property, I can have family on my property. This concern with practices and things like that, if this does get approved where I get my 8 races, that's where it will be at. I will have 8 events throughout the year, and then that's what it is. This gets denied, that's what it is. I still get to use my racetrack, but not in a sense of officialness. So I don't know. Thank you.
That it?
Yes, yes, sir.
Any questions, gentlemen? Nope, thank you very much. All right, sorry, a little premature there, closing our public hearing. We'll do that now, go into the public meeting. This is a request for a special exception. So in order for the board to grant this, we have to agree that the applicant meets, in this case, several findings of facts. First being number 2.1, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the special exception will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. The applicant indicates that's a true statement and states that this racetrack and its operations are to provide an outside activity that's enticing to all audiences. Full operation is not endangering health, morals, or welfare, as we practice a set of rules that all racers, racetrack officials, observers, and/or kin of either must abide by. As far as safety, we have a waiver that reminds all racers about all safety protocols, personal protective equipment, along with a driver's meeting discussing the rules while on the property 1 hour prior to them and their go-kart entering the track. If any racer, racetrack official, observer, and/or kin of either chooses not to follow, they're safely escorted from the property. Under 2.2, it says that the special exception will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. The applicant states that's also a true statement and goes on to say that racers, racetrack officials, observers, and/or kin of either are made aware of all private property surrounding the racetrack is not permitted to enter or cross at any time. Areas that are allowed to enter, the racers, racetrack officials, observers, and/or kin of either are made clear upon arrival and check-in. Under 2.3, the statement is the establishment of the special exception will not impede or substantially alter the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding property for the uses permitted in the district. The applicant indicates that's a true statement, and to support that writes, all surrounding property are able to continue their personal order of operations without hesitation before, during, and/or after racetrack events. Under 2.4, the statement is adequate utilities, access road, drainage, and other necessary facilities have been or are being provided. The applicant indicates that's a true statement and writes, public septic service is available through Baker's Septic Service. Potable water is available from the property, but owners still urge all audiences on the property to bring their own potable water. Vegetation and tiled boundaries help drainage and recession of the property. Under 2.5, the statement on the application is adequate measures have been or will be taken to provide ingress and egress so designed as to minimize traffic congestion on the public roadways. The applicant indicates that's a true statement. To support that writes, all utilities are provided to all personnel entering the property during a race event. The access road is secondary to the main driveway on the property, wide enough for enter-exit access to traffic. Under 2.6, statement is a special exception will be located in a district where such use is permitted and all other requirements set forth in this UDO that are applicable to such use will be met. The applicant indicates that's a true statement and writes, yes, this is located within a district where special exception is permitted. All other requirements set forth in the UDO that has been given to the property owners will be met. For the technical reports, surveyor and health department, I do not see anything from them on this application unless I missed it. Oh, okay, thank you very much. And for staff's recommendation, they have written, upon review of the petitioner's submitted findings of facts, staff does not concur with their assessment of finding 2.1, 2.2, or 2.3, and recommends denial of the special exception request. This location is physically not suitable for the impacts that result from hosting these type of racing events. And gentlemen, we are open for discussion on this application.
I have to agree with the staff suggestion.
I'm sorry? Gentlemen, other discussion on this application, and if you could, make sure you're speaking into your mics.
Yeah, the problem with this one, I think, is this is a permanent venue, not a temporary. If they were doing this just one time a year, I think it's a whole different ballgame. But, and the other thing that was the surveyor and stormwater stuff in the report kind of concerns me, with there being a lake so close to that.
Other discussion, gentlemen?
I think that if they want to go through with this, they can rent the fairgrounds, and they have a track up there that I think is available for these type of arts, but not to come up into that neighborhood.
Thank you. I used to race go-karts, a lot of fun. And, it's not permitted in the area where you're at, so that's obviously why you're here tonight, to get a special exception from the board. And you guys have lived there 4 years, if I'm not mistaken? Going on 4 years. Going on 4 years. And we've heard a total of 123 years worth of your neighbors saying wrong thing in the wrong place. And I based on that, one of the things that we have to agree that you meet to grant this is under 2.2, the special exception will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. And everything we've heard, or the majority of what we've heard from those up in opposition to this, have said just the opposite, that it is injurious to their use and enjoyment of the property. So for that reason, not meeting the findings of facts, I would be a no vote on this application tonight. I got a question. We don't have questions at this point, sir, but I appreciate you nonetheless. Gentlemen, other discussion? Open for a motion.
I move that we deny public hearing SE 23-05 based on the finding of facts.
Any particular finding of fact, Mr.
As
Rumbaugh, you want to cite?
as stated in the planning director's report. 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. I have a motion to deny. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Again, we're voting on denying. All in favor of denying this application, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. Was it unanimous?
Yes.
Jerry, did you vote to deny? Gordon? Yes. Okay, all right. Sorry, folks, it's unanimous denial.
That's fine. So this is the denial to hold official races. Is that correct?
And I'm sorry, but you can ask, if you would, ask your questions of Ms. Parker, like tomorrow or something like that. We need to go on with our meeting. We got a lot of things in front of us still. I don't mean to be rude, but we want to keep carrying on. Thank you. Guys, okay to go ahead, or does it need another short break? Bill wants another short break. We're going to break. We're going to take a quick break again, 5 minutes. We'll be back together again.
I need a Guinness.
I'm good. Thank you.
Guinness would be. No. Get my Guinness out of the car. Get your dinner? Guinness out of the car. I got a couple bottles in the car.
I want you in dinner.
Yeah. It's easy, ain't it?
Did she pause the video? Because why did, did someone complain, is that why they went for the perk before us? Did someone complain, is that why they came and asked? Because I tell you right now, there's a huge track just down the road from our house at night. It runs all hours of the night, and they sit there and drink beer.
Yeah, Laura mentioned that in her staff report, but I didn't want to bore everybody.
Well, and that's what he was getting at, is, so if I just do it,
Yeah.
you get a complaint.
Yeah. And you ignore it.
And these kind of things are hard.
I hate hearing that attitude. They're all in compliance, they're going to do everything
Yeah.
right until they,
Yeah.
looks like they may get turned down, and they say, well, we're going to do this anyway, you know.
So what do you do if they just want to run it?
I don't know. Well, it's not up to us.
I just told your.
It's these guys.
Many meetings I've attended, I have never seen that many people denying and complaining.
Well, it's in a bad spot. If it was in that field that was 3 foot down, it'd be fine.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just, there's too much stuff, and that lake is right there.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that grade goes down.
Probably does, yep. Did you get the pizzas yet?
Have a good supper, aren't we? Candy?
I'll tell you what, we're only on B, and we gotta go to G. Might need to go to breakfast.
Call the students, tell them to stay open.
Last month we didn't have any.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Hey, I got a question for you. Counties voted to pause recycling because waste management raised its prices. Okay.
All right, guys, we all set?
No.
We got a lot to do.
We're not half done yet.
Come on, Keith.
I don't know.
Chairman ordered pizzas.
I slipped Amber a note and said, did you order pizzas?
She's not here, is she?
She ran, and pretty sure it was me, you're well aware.
Jason, we'll get going. Snuck in, waiting on Amber. I don't think we're recording, are we? Oh, we don't? Back in. I'll make things interesting.
Give me that white pair of shoes and that computer, don't you?
That's all right. Were we recording the whole time? Yes. All right. Okay. We are back. Thank you for your patience with us this evening. It's still Tuesday, and the next thing on our agenda is D-23-22. Kelly and James Reed are requesting a development standard variance to reduce the front setback of an accessory structure from 25 feet to 0 feet. The property is located at 1064 East, is it Vera Court in Washington Township and is zoned R1. And for this, I have Kelly Reed and Tom Reed signed up in support of, and no one else signed up to speak. So Kelly, you're signed up first.
So I'm Kelly Reed. My address is 1064 East Vera Court in Martinsville. We are asking for the variance for the standard setback of 25 feet for our property to 0 or no more than 5 feet. This is for an accessory structure, a standard pole barn. We have 110 plus or minus feet to the south of us that is right away and easement. We are asking the structure to set as far south on our property as possible. This is to preserve trees and to minimize the dirt work required because our property does slope to the north. The only thing I can really add to what we've put down for the description and the findings of fact is that we have had 2 excavating companies come out and look at the property along with one builder. And all of them have said the farther south you can build this, the better. So that's where I would leave it and ask if you have any questions.
Is that it? Gentlemen, questions?
The 0 property line is going to be on a public road? Or how does this, I'm not quite sure how it configures.
So if you see Vera Court right here, that is the public road. We have this house right here, this property, we bought 7 lots, it was replatted in 2021, I believe. And so we are the only house on this road. These houses down here are all accessed on this road to the south of us, Fox Run Drive.
You own all the property where that road goes back?
Yes, all of this right here. Brian and Ryan owns this easement right here. But that's on the other side of the road.
Is there no place else suitable to put this building? Because
This
it's a
property slopes, where we have our house right here, the septic is right here, the house sets right here, and this right in here is the only feasible building area on that lot. There was, years ago, there's a ravine back here that washed out. This house that's right in front of me, I guess is probably right through here. Washed out, it's a steep drop right here, And this down to here, this is another ravine that runs down through here.
Now, you say 0 to 5 feet. Could you live with 5 feet?
I could probably live with 5 feet.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, we could probably live with 5 feet.
Gentlemen, any other questions? Nope. Thank you very much. Tom Reed? Thank you. All right. We've called up everyone who signed up to speak. We'll close the public hearing, go into a public meeting. We have in front of us this evening for this application a request for a development standard variance to reduce setbacks. Under the findings of facts that the applicant has submitted to us, they put that the approval will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community, and they indicate that's a true statement. They've written the accessory structure in question is a common structure for residential use. There'll be no negative impact on neighbors or the community at large. Under 2.2, the statement is the use and value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. And they indicate that's also a true statement of written. There are no nearby neighbors at the desired location for this accessory structure. The property line in consideration is along a private road easement, and we own all the property accessed by this private road. The structure will have no negative impact on access or use of adjacent land. And under 2.3, the statement is a strict application of the terms of the ordinance will result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. The applicant indicates that's a true statement and writes, due to the slope and grade of the land, the further north the structure is required to be built, the more extensive the excavation will be to prepare the space for a concrete pad and create the necessary swells to divert water as needed. It will also require the removal of more trees and increase the distance required to extend a driveway to the accessory structure. Health Department states they have no objections. Surveyor made a comment, the only way to establish a zero lot line is through a stake survey to locate the structure. This would eliminate the chance of an encroachment to an adjoiner. For the staff's report, their recommendation is that they support the petitioner's request to reduce front yard setback to a range between 0 and 5 feet from the property line. And gentlemen, we're open for discussion.
I hate 0, but I could live with 5 feet very easy.
Any other discussion? I agree with Mr. Rumbaugh. I'd rather see 5 feet, and the applicant says they're in agreement to that. They're both shaking their heads right now, although they're not at the podium. I would support that at 5 feet. Jerry says he would as well. Any other discussion? Gordon, Jason?
No.
Nope.
Pretty clear cut.
Open for a motion.
I would move that we approve public hearing D-23-22 with a setback to 5 feet for their building.
Thank you, Mr. Rumbaugh. I have a motion with a condition. Do I have a second to that? Mr. Crone seconds. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, our next item on the agenda this evening is Jeff Gott public hearing D-23-23. Jeff Gott, on behalf of Trinity Worship Center, is requesting a development standard variance to reduce the minimum dimensions of individual parking stalls. The property is located at 200 South, Lenvoil? Lenvoil Road in Washington Township in a zoned ag. And They also have another request in front of us this evening, D-23-24. Again, Jeff Gott, on behalf of Trinity Worship Center, is requesting a development standard variance to reduce the number of required landscape islands in a new parking lot. And if you gentlemen are all in agreement to this, we're going to hear them both at the same time. And we'll call for two separate motions at the end.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay, so I have several people signed up in support. And no one signed up as in opposition or as a concerned citizen for both applications. So, Mr. Gott, if you would come forward, start out by giving us your name and address. And we're going to hear them both at the same time. Let's talk to them. If you would, talk to each one individually, and we'll go forward from there.
Sure. My name is Jeff Gott, address 200 Linvoil Road here in Martinsville. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm the pastor of Trinity Worship Center, and we come before you requesting a parking lot variance for our church parking lot. We're actually coming to you for 2 parking lot variances. So the first one is that we are currently looking to expand our existing parking lot to accommodate our growing congregation and to meet the demand of a future building project. Our parking lot spaces are currently 9 by 18 feet in size. We understand that county regulations require parking spaces to be 10 feet by 20 feet in size. Keeping with the 9 by 18 feet current stall size would not be injurious to public health, safety, or the general welfare because it is for private use. We have never had any issue with our stall sizes being 9 by 18, and we ask the board to grant us a variance on this request, as larger stall sizes would cause greater land disturbance and more impervious surface, increasing drainage detention and the rework of the existing traffic flow of the parking lot. So do I just go on into the next one? Okay.
Thank you.
So do I do the thank you for this opportunity all over again?
I don't think that's necessary.
Necessary? Okay. So Trinity Worship Center has been an important part of this community since 1959. We were formerly known as First Assembly of God of Martinsville, starting on Harriet Street. As our congregation continues to grow, we're faced with the need for additional parking spaces. In the next 2 to 3 years, it is our hope to break ground for a new sanctuary. We'd love to sooner. Our current parking lot would not be adequate for the sanctuary expansion. We are looking to add 40 more spaces. Based on current county standards, to add additional parking would require us to add 10 8 by 16-foot parking lot islands. We have explored several different options in this as we look to meet these standards, and our estimates reveal a financial burden of between $50,000 to $60,000 to add parking lot islands to comply with the current standards. We also know that there will be additional yearly cost of upkeep and maintenance to maintain the islands. Given the financial hardship that we are facing, it is essential for us to seek a variance for our church parking lot. Allocating such a significant portion of our funds to meet these standards would exhaust our finances. As a church, we have made sacrificial decisions in order to be as financially responsible as possible. As a church, we do not have any guarantees, as our parishioners are not mandated in their giving. Trinity Worship Center has an average weekly attendance of between 100 and 120 parishioners, and I am the only full-time staff member of the church. We are a very giving church as well. We support missions efforts here in Morgan County, throughout the state of Indiana, our nation, and worldwide. Locally, we have partnered with and done drives with Wellspring, the Magdalene House, and Indiana Dream Team, as well as monthly support that we have done with CareNet Pregnancy Center. We also serve our community in offering a hospitable worship experience for many of our Morgan County residents every Wednesday and Sunday morning for our weekly services. We enjoy using our property for fellowship, cookouts, congregational fun, youth and kids ministry. We do VBSs. The need for the required 10 islands would force a greater expansion upon our grounds. I would ask the commission to consider that our current lot does not have any islands. To install islands would require a considerable demolition of our current lot, which in turn requires crack sealing and asphalt patching. We have concerns that having elevated islands in our lot could create considerable water runoff issues and disturb our current drainage. The absence of islands currently in our lot has not caused any harm to our neighbors, parishioners, or to the public at large. And I know there's an aerial view of our church with our lot there that I'll talk to in a minute. But I mean this with all due respect, but we do not have a Walmart-sized parking lot. Even with the expansion that we're looking to do, our parking lot would probably be roughly a quarter the size of our local Walmart parking lot. Given the financial hardship that we're facing, it is essential for us to seek a variance for our church parking lot. Allocating such a significant portion of our funds to meet these standards would exhaust our finances. Based on the estimated cost of adding the islands, we estimate that as much as 25 to 30% of our yearly general fund would be spent simply on the implementation of these islands. As a church, we've made sacrificial decisions in order to be financially responsible as possible. While we do have future building plans, our plans are to build as fiscally responsible as possible, and the new building we're looking at is a pole barn style building. By granting a parking lot variance, you will help Trinity Worship Center to continue to serve as a pillar of support in our community, a refuge for those that are seeking spiritual guidance. This variance would allow us to allocate our financial resources to better meet the needs of our growing congregation. The importance of Trinity Worship Center cannot be overstated. We serve individuals and families from all walks of life, guiding them towards personal growth, providing encouragement and spiritual guidance. I implore you to consider this financial hardship we face and the substantial contribution Trinity Worship Center makes to the betterment of our community. Granting a parking lot variance will not only alleviate an economic burden, but also allow us to focus on the important work we do and create or even greater impact in the lives of those that we serve. After reviewing the staff report, we agree our neighbors' home values will not be negatively affected by granting this variance. We also agree with the staff report that the simple things like trees and landscaping help to soften and buffer the church's footprint upon the neighbors. We believe this can be accomplished with perimeter landscaping, however. As we ask you to consider this variance, we would like to provide an alternative. In our most recent drawings, we would be including landscaping on the outside perimeter corners of our parking lot, as well as additional landscaping around our future building. We believe that this would be aesthetically pleasing to our neighbors and those who drive 252 daily. What we're looking for in this is we're looking for some compromise and some room to work within all of this so that this is not such a financial hardship to our church. Finally, we agree with the staff report findings that we do have plenty of land. Part of the land that is in question will be used in the future to provide a septic field for our church, as we need a new septic system as well for a future building. As the staff report noted, the difficulty is the cost of compliance. Considering that we are outside of the city, giving us a variance from the need of the parking lot islands would allow our parking lot to be in line with neighboring churches around us, which are Hoosier Harvest and Eastview Church to our immediate, in the immediate vicinity of us. So I thank you for your consideration on this matter, and we certainly hope for a favorable decision.
Thank you. Gentlemen, questions?
No.
You have a drawing of that plan where you're going to put these plantings.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Where is that?
Should have been included in here from what I seen. Yes, sir. And I I actually made some larger ones for you guys if you'd like to. Are these okay for you? Okay. Yeah, so these would be, this would be on the northern corners of the parking lot, one to the northeast corner and the northwest corner that we implemented there, trees, and we implemented bushes in that area. Around our youth center, we landscaped around the youth center and helped to beautify that area. We also landscaped around our church a few years ago to help beautify that area, redid our front steps, and we've just taken numerous steps over the last 5 years to beautify the property. And then, of course, around the new building that we have future plans at, we would do the same thing.
All right, I got a question for you. I'm going to ask
Yes,
you
sir.
to come up here for a second, clarify this
Yes,
for
sir.
me. I'm going to kind of lay this down here, and then we'll share it with my fellow board members here. Where are you proposing to put these new plantings?
So be right here, so this is the add-on to the
Right,
property.
in the
right here,
yellow, I
in
see
the
that.
yellow. So it'd be right here, and we would do right over here. And then we would also, this is our existing building that we're worshiping out of now. This is the new building, and so we would want to do landscaping around the perimeter of the entire new building as well. And then Linvoil Road runs right through here.
Okay, all right, thank you. Gentlemen, any other questions? No? Thank you very much. All right, we got several people signed up to speak. Just as a word of reminder, we're only addressing the application itself. Love all the great things the church does for the area, but we want to hear about impact of this variance and why we should grant this if you're in support of it. And feel free to pass if you think somebody else has already said what you need to say. So we're going to go with Janet. Is it Gilday? Janet, did you want to speak?
I'm Janet Gilday, 488 Paris Drive, Martinsville, Indiana. I want to say I do hope you grant our variance. I'm a greeter at the church, and I talk to most of the people that come into the church. So the parking stall size being 9 feet wide that it is now seems to be appropriate. No one has ever said anything to me about someone hitting their car with the car door. And I know no one has hit my car with the car door, so I think 9 feet is sufficient. My biggest concern, though, are the islands, the 10 islands that will be in there. My understanding is there needs to be a tree in every island. And as an older person, I have to be more careful where I'm walking and what I'm stepping on. And the last thing I want to walk on are leaves and twigs that fall off trees, especially when there's rain. Wet leaves, not fun to walk on. We have all ages in our church, but we do have quite a few older people that come. And so we do, some with walkers. We do have to be careful where we're walking. We don't want things in the parking lot that are going to be a safety factor for us. Right now, there are no trees around the parking lot. We don't have to worry about trees or twigs to step on. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you for being concise. Angie Young.
I'm Angie Young. I live at 1092 South Teresa Drive, which butts up to the, let's see, right here I am. I have lived there since 2006, and I'm also a member of the church. So I am here to support the parking lot staying the same size and space, as well as eliminating the need for the future islands. Just because having had several surgeries on my feet, I just feel like those islands might be a hazard to me. And a lot of our elderly people on canes, and I just feel like they may be more of a hazard, and we've had no problems with the parking lot the way it is now. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Gentlemen, any questions?
Thank you.
No, thank you for keeping it concise. Let's see here. How about Sandra Metcalf? Oh, thank you, Sandra. All right, Lee Carter? Is Lee passing? Thank you, Lee. Kenneth? Thank you. Let's see. Brian?
So I apologize, John. I know it's time to go home.
You sure you want to do this, Brian?
Real quick. One thing oh, sorry, Brian Munch.
Pick the mic up a little bit. There we go.
Brian Munch Engineering, offices at 4,000 Clark Creek Road. I felt like you all knew me by now, but for the record. One thing that Pastor spoke on was this parking lot. And I want to be very brief that the drainage pattern from this lot is from east to west across it. So it's not necessarily north-south, but it flows this direction to a low area in this corner of the property. So as you come in and start chopping up that parking lot with islands, especially the existing lot, you're going to be blocking the drainage flow. So even though it would look very easily to come in and cut out a 10 by or a 9 by 18 area of asphalt, what it does create some ponding issues in that existing lot, which obviously then lends itself to safety. If this was a brand new construction, it may be a little bit different in consideration, but since it is existing, and we do have existing flow from east to west to lower in this part of the property, my concern would be, from an engineering viewpoint, how do we maintain that drainage to continue to flow once we chop up the lot of islands, and/or as we expand, how do we keep that drainage flowing without disturbing more of the parking lot and going forward?
The parking lot be asphalt almost immediately, or would it bring gravel?
Depending on the time of the year and our site plan approval, I'm probably more of a question for the pastor, but my guess is this is a spring project as we speak now. The parking lot addition would be associated to the new sanctuary addition that we spoke of, and I believe that's going to be more of a spring construction, which then gives us the build season to get the asphalt lot installed.
Where would the water run in that case there? Is there adequate drainage around those houses?
This is a unique piece of property because, like I said, there's a low depression in this area that it's not really a true drainage outlet to. So we're going to be a little bit creative in our drainage design. You know, you're asking me questions that we kind of got to, but we may be looking at more of a percolation pond or more like a bioretention basin where the water sits on property and percolates into the soil to recharge the groundwater. Because we do not necessarily have a good drainage outlet. You know, there's no piping along Linboyle Road, and there's really not a whole lot of drainage infrastructure in the neighborhood as well. So part of our land usage, as the pastor mentioned, would be septic field, but we're also looking at some type of retention basin as we increase our hard surface on the lot. As you all are aware that there's drainage ordinances in place to say you have to retain. This particular case, we don't have a good drainage outlet, so we not only will we retain on property, but we'll probably let it percolate into the soil and moving forward, which then oversizes your detention basin needs.
So it might be a place where you put a French drain or anything like that in.
It's going to be a challenge. It's just going to be a challenge. So the more that we can maintain existing drainage patterns and keep the water flowing to this area, I think it's going to be better suited as we move forward. But we haven't studied it into the level of detail to speak in detail on that.
Nothing else.
Gentlemen, any other questions for? Nope, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we've heard everybody speak, signed up to speak, so we close our public hearing part of the meeting, go into our public meeting. Two items in front of us this evening, same applicant. Both have 3 findings of facts, and the applicant has indicated on all 3, on each application that they meet those. And you all have copies of that, so I'm going to spare reading those back to everybody tonight for that. The Health Department for both applications state they have no objections. The Surveyor's Office states that they must submit plans to the surveyor's office prior to any earth disturbance or construction on both applications. For D-2323, to reduce the size of the parking stalls themselves, staff, in a nutshell, states that they support the petitioner's request to reduce the parking stall dimensions to match their current size of 9 by 18. On the landscaping islands, staff states that they believe that the petitioner has not satisfied the findings of fact and can't support the petitioner's request to eliminate the parking lot landscape islands. And they cite that under the second finding of fact, it asks if the elimination of landscape islands will adversely affect neighbors' property values, and they go on to state this reduction will not negatively affect property values. But now that the church is expanding, simple things like trees and landscaping help to soften and buffer the church's footprint upon the neighborhood. And then on the third part of that, about the practical difficulty, staff states that there's plenty of undeveloped area for the parking lot expansion, so the only real difficulty is the cost of compliance on that. So we're open for discussion on both items. And I'll start it out on the first request on the parking lot stall size. I would have no objections to that. It works for them now. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work for them to continue doing that, and I would certainly support that application.
I have no problem with that.
Any other comments, discussion around this?
On just the parking size?
Either, let's kind of poll the group here and see what everybody thinks about the parking lot size.
Yeah. Their parking lot, you don't have to park there if you don't want to.
Any other discussion on that one?
On that one, no, I don't have any.
We'll open for a motion on that one then, if there's no other discussion.
I move that we approve petition D-23-23 with all findings of fact being found true.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second to that motion? Gordon, second. All in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye. Aye. That is approved, and that vote is unanimous on 23-23. And then on discussion on the landscape islands, the buffering with that?
Yeah, I'll give you a good discussion. I got here late. I'm parked in the library's parking lot, and a goddamn tree is right in my hood off of the little island. Now, I've got a lot of space there, but it's irritating that I've got to, when space becomes available, I've got to park under a daggone tree that's down on my hood. Not that that car is worth anything, but I don't see a problem with that. The aesthetics are not going to be anything there. I go by there reasonably often. I don't see a problem with no parking, no trees in the parking lot. Or do I see any reason why you got to spend all that money to maintain the daggone things?
Any other discussion on that?
I agree with Bill on that. I think Eastview down the road, it's probably, I'd say their parking lot's probably the same size or bigger, and they don't have anything. They have houses around, and they're right on 252. That church there is pretty hidden unless you turn down Linville Road. And that picture doesn't really show, but those trees, most of the time, the houses can't even see in there.
Eastview has trees, but they're not in the parking lot. I drive by it twice a day.
If you go towards the addition, though, it goes up 8 feet. So you're not running a lot of water to the addition. You'd have to maybe have a retention pond or something there to hold them up for a while. If you got a big rain, but we haven't had rain for a while.
If there is a water problem, it's going to certainly affect the engineer that does this job, because every time he speaks to us from then on, we will have great doubts about his ability to engineer.
Well, you can tell it's getting late, can't you?
He mentioned.
Other discussion, gentlemen? All right, here's my thought on it. Ms. Parker and staff makes their recommendation based off the county ordinances, and we put that policy in place for a reason. You know, we have that ordinance and those requirements for a reason. That being said, we are the Board of Zoning Appeals, and I agree with her logic on it, but I think that your alternative to it would be acceptable as a condition in there. I would like to see it that way, where they've already proposed doing something different that they're not required to do. Let's make sure that that happens and happens before the parking lot is utilized, so that it's not, as you heard earlier tonight, we're gonna do it by this date, and then we're back in here again. Let's make that a part of it, or that'd be my recommendation, is we make it a part of the motion, if there's a motion made to approve it. It sounds like there's gonna be, that they do the screening as they've described in tonight's meeting, and it be done before the parking lot's utilized, I think would be a reasonable meeting halfway on their request. That's all I've got to say.
If you would propose that, since you seem to know what you want to talk about, why don't you propose that, and then we'll get a second on it.
I'd be happy to. Is there any more discussion before I make that motion? Okay. All right, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve D-23-24 based on the applicant's answers to the findings of facts, with the condition that the applicant screens the parking lot as they've described in their discussion this evening and have shown on their drawing submitted with their application packet tonight, that those plantings are in place and established before the new parking lot can be utilized. So I have made a motion with a condition on it. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Jerry seconds on that. So all in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye. Aye. Aye, that is approved as well. Thank you very much, folks. All right, everybody good to go, or anybody need a pause? All right. All right, folks, you don't have to leave, but you do have to be quiet. Next item on our agenda this evening is public hearing D-23-25. Jeffrey and Candy Haggard are requesting a development standard variance to reduce the front yard setback for an accessory structure from 35 feet to 5 feet. The property is located at 2345 East Country Club Road in Washington Township and is zoned R1. For this application tonight, I have Herbert Haggard, and looks like Herbert is the only one I have signed up for this application. So, Mr. Haggard. Mr. Haggard, before you get started, I got a question for you. Are you the applicant?
No, my son is, but he's in Arizona in an industrial seminar, and he's asked me to step in. The applicant is Jeff.
Do we need something from him, or do we have something? Oh, okay, all right, very good. Just wanted to
Laura's
clarify
been
that.
very helpful with it.
Okay,
take care of it.
very good. Go ahead.
Anyway, they've lived on this property for 25 years. They own 4 lots. They merely want to put an extension on their barn, and just so happens, didn't understand it, but with the 4 lots cross, even though the property around it is all his, if you cross a property boundary, I guess you have to get a variance. So that's the whole issue right there, is that it's not set back from the highway or the country club road. It's merely crossing the boundary on his second lot. Does that make sense? You have it in front of you there, I believe. So, and he merely wants to put an extension on his barn to put his toys there. His boat, his Sea-Doo, and a few other things, you know. So that's you have one picture. Here's another picture that I took that has a little better view of it. And this barn is about 200 feet back from Country Club Road. So he's actually setting the barn on his own, the extension on his own property. It just so happens it was divided when he bought it in 4 lots. That's basically it. I mean,
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen?
I don't have any.
No?
yeah.
All right, gentlemen, we're still conducting a meeting here. Thank you, sir, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have no one else signed up to speak on behalf of or in opposition to or as an interested party? Close our public hearing, go into the public meeting. We have an application for a development standard variance. In order to grant this, we have to agree that the applicant meets findings of facts. They have written under 2.1 that the structure's purpose is to store their boat and work truck and tractor out of the weather. Frankly, I believe it will improve the look of the area. So it sounds like that they would say that's a true statement, that the approval will not be injurious to the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. Under 2.2, they have written the addition of the barn would help improve the value of my property, and I believe help improve the value of the surrounding area. I believe a vehicle or boat in storage helps protect the value of the object, improves the look of the area. The area for this addition is my back lot and is set well back of any county road, which does not impede with any neighbor. They haven't indicated whether that's a true statement or not, but it sounds like by what they've written, they would say that it is. Under 2.3, the reason I'm asking for the variance is because the original barn was constructed at a time where there was not a setback zoning requirement. To add on to the barn in any way would make it difficult to make it look pleasing and would be impractical in access. I'm trying to make sure the final look is pleasing to the eye and adds value. The Health Department states they have no objections. The surveyor has reviewed and made no comment. Staffs on their review of this application, they state that they support their request to reduce the front yard setback so that it can be aligned with the existing barn, which is estimated to be 1 or 2 feet from the property line. So we are open for discussion, gentlemen.
No-brainer to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, it's his property that he's getting a variance for, but it's, again, he's following the rules, and we appreciate that. All right, any other discussion? Open for a motion.
I move that we approve petition D-23-25 with all findings of fact being found true.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Second for that motion by Mr. Crone. All in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye. Aye. Thank you. Aye, it's approved. Thank you. Is he a good kid? Is he a good son? Yes. All right. Tell him he owes you one. All right. Okay, last but not least. We've got public hearing SC 23-09. Roy Slow, on behalf of Tower Company, is requesting a special exception to build a wireless communications tower. The property is located at 0 Southeast County Line Road in Jackson Township and is zoned for ag. And for this evening, I have two people signed up in support of, one as an interested party and two in opposition. So I have Fred Lowe and Boyce Lowe. Boyce, you're the applicant, or is it Boyce or Royce?
My middle name is Frederick, so I'm Fred, I'm the first one on the list.
Okay, you want to present this? Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Fred Lau. I live at 216 Barton Avenue, Terre Haute, Indiana, 47803. And I'm here representing TowerCo. TowerCo is a national tower management company. They build and construct and manage communications towers for the wireless industry. The way we get started with this, so just real quickly, because I only got 5 minutes, right? TowerCo got contacted by AT&T. AT&T indicated they needed to improve the service in the area of Morgantown. TowerCo turned around and contacted our company, and we come out and we do a research into the local zoning ordinance and any existing structures that may be possible co-locations. In this particular instance, the existing structures that were nearby do not make the improvement that the RF engineers were looking for from AT&T's side. So we made the determination we needed to build a new structure. We researched the ordinance requirements, talked to local landowners, and worked with our RF engineering group, and they picked the spot that best suited the performance enhancement that they were going for with this project. It'll be a 260-foot overall tower. It's 250 for the tower itself with a 10-foot lightning rod. AT&T will be at 245. For the compound, we're building a 75 by 75-foot compound that'll be aggregate with a 6-foot perimeter fence for security, and a 12-foot existing access drive goes down to County Line Road for the access. And we do have an easement for the utilities. The utilities required on the communications tower is power and fiber, both of which TowerCo will pay for the power, AT&T will pay for the fiber. I think that's it.
Thank you. Gentlemen, questions?
Does the tower have a flashing light on it?
What's that?
Does the tower have a flashing light on it?
Yes, it will have to be lit. If you go above 200 foot, then that's an automatic.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
Nope.
Thank you, sir. Boyce? Thank you. Lloyd Allen? Thank you. David Johnson?
Good evening, David Johnson, 544 Everlane Drive, Morgantown, Indiana. My house, if we can zoom in on there. And down. My house is right here. Lloyd Allen's house is right here, and the other gentleman that is here, his home is right here. So where the proposed tower is, it's obviously within 660 feet. I'll be the first to admit AT&T has a very poor service in Morgantown. However, It is stated in here that the communications, that's one of the requests they're asking for. They said it will improve public health because of the communications. My concern is the radiation from it. There's plenty of studies that say the radiation from these towers doesn't cause health issues. There's plenty of studies that say that it does. We already get bombarded every day by our cell phones. They're in our pockets. There's plenty of documented cases of people having health issues, tumors, cancers, whatever from that. My concern is that we're just adding more to it by having a tower that close. I am familiar with the area, very familiar. There is an existing access road, very easy to get in and out of, which is potentially one reason that location was chosen. Already got a road to it. One of my requests would be that, is there any other place that does not affect 56 homes with 56 families? There's plenty of open areas. If it's a concern about elevation to access other places, there's plenty of high spots in the surrounding areas that probably don't have an access road right there to them. So that's my concern. Plus, there's concerns with all the neighbors in the neighborhood. They aren't crazy about the tower going up. There's concerns about the light flashing, all aesthetic concerns. But my primary concern as a father of 5 young children as well is the extra EMF that will be created by the radio tower. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Gentlemen, any questions? No? All right, thank you very much. Jim? Is it rain weight, Jim? Rainwater?
I'm awful nervous right now. I'll probably forget half of what I'm going to say, but
It's all right, go ahead.
the neighborhood is not very enthused about this at all. Most of them don't even know what it is right offhand, and the information that getting out is not getting around to people, and once they're finding out about it, we just haven't had enough time to absorb it, I guess. But where my house is up there is right there. And that right there. You see where it was at? Okay. And of course, the tower's right there. So it's awful close. And a lot of the people, like I say, are against it. And the time period that we've had here, I got my letter about it last Thursday, which was 5 days ago. And that's just not enough time to take it. I don't think there's a thing in there or something, I don't know. But need to give us a chance to get together with other people there and see what they think about it before we do too much about it. Like I say, I'm really nervous here, so I'll just...
That's okay. That's all right. So, gentlemen, questions? I have one for you. Are you opposed to it?
Yes, I am.
Why?
I think that we don't need that. Not here in as close to the house and stuff as it is. It needs to be out away a little farther.
Okay. Do you have internet service at your house?
sometimes,
How does that come to your house?
through AT&T.
Is it a wire?
Yeah.
So you have a wire connected to your house?
It comes through the phone line.
Through the phone line, okay, all right, okay, all right. Thank you. Gentlemen, any questions? No? All right. Okay, Mr. Lau? Okay, did you have anything you want to add? You can or you can't speak, it's up to you.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to cover, the tower will have to be lit because of the height. But the way they design those lighting systems now, because you don't want the lighting pollution at grade, they are designed to have the light go up towards the airplanes, not down to the grade level. So that'll be minimal. Anything else that I can address for you? I think we meet all the ordinance requirements, and the recommendation from the staff, which I'm sure you're going to read real quickly, was good.
Gentlemen? Questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have in front of us a request for a special exception. And they've indicated that the 6 requirements that they have to meet, they've indicated those are true and explained those in here as well. The surveyor's office said that they need to have a plan in front of them before any construction. I didn't see anything from the health department on this. Staff's recommendation on this is they make the following comment. Indiana Code 8-1-32 basically compels the approval of wireless communication facilities by local units of government, provided all special exception criteria have been satisfied and all the wireless communication facility standards have been met. There's little room for discretion, but that is because the state views wireless communication facilities as essential tools for its citizens' quality of life and the state's economic development. Staff has reviewed all the criteria and standards applicable to this petition and found that all the standards have been met. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this special exception. So we are open for discussion, gentlemen.
I have Verizon. It sucks. AT&T is worse. They need it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rumbaugh. Blunt comment.
Time we had a Verizon request, he said, there's only 5 houses not going to be served. 2 of the 5 houses are mine. So you win some, you lose some.
Any other discussion, gentlemen?
If you have consumer cellular, it comes off AT&T towers.
Well, I'll tell you my thoughts on it. I'm certainly understanding if I'm a neighbor living close to it, would have some concerns, and I have a cell tower. I live in between 2 of them that are pretty close and haven't had any ill effects from that. And the bigger thing is we all use cell phones now. We count on them for communications and just, for friend to friend and to family and for emergencies, and same thing with the internet service. And it's something necessary in today's environment. I think the applicant meets all the findings of facts. I think we have limited scope on these, and I would be in favor of it. Any other discussion? Open for a motion.
I would move we approve SE 23-09 based on the finding of facts.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye. Aye. It is unanimously approved. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to staff reports. Mr. Peden, do we have a BZA's attorney's report this evening? Thank you. Ms. Parker, do we have a plan director's report this evening? Anything else?
You provide with your budget, I don't know how it went at the meeting, but are we going to get pizzas for any other long meetings like this again?
I have a question for you, kind of a procedural type thing, I guess. On some of the applications, the applicants rewrite the findings of facts themselves, and they leave off the statement part of that. And I didn't notice that we had it in there for, I forget which one it was, or maybe it was two of them tonight. If they rewrite that, can we make sure they include that part, where they're saying it's true or not? I'm assuming that was something important or of value to us, or we wouldn't have incorporated that in. Throw them on the pile once we go through it. Think it wasn't the cell tower. They were fine with it. Let me find it here. I don't want to keep everybody held up. I can only get that to you. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Any other business, gentlemen, to be conducted this evening?
Good night.
Anybody want to make a motion to adjourn? Everybody does. All right. Gordon made a motion. Jerry seconds it. All in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.